are now watching I Shot Him Six Times YouTube horror movie channel.
I shot him 6 times. What's going on, horror fanatics? Welcome to I Shot Him 6 Times YouTube horror movie channel. As you know, I'm your host and creator of the channel, Marcus. If you have not done so already, please should just stream a like, as well as share it to your social media. It definitely helps out the channel a lot. As well as if you happen to be a new viewer coming across this channel, shoot that like button, shoot that subscribe button, as well as that notification bell so you get all the latest content updates to the channel. And if you would like to become a member here to the channel, shoot that join button on the channel dashboard, as well as choose your level of membership, whatever one suits you, and become a member here to the channel. We'd love to have you. Well, everybody, tonight we're going to be doing some Scream 7 rumors and theories. I had my interview earlier with Cecil Laird, who is the director of the Dylan's New Nightmare fan film, and we had a really good conversation, and the stream went really well, and I just was like, you know what, man? I ain't finished. I want to talk some more horror. And I want to talk some Scream because some rumors have been coming out over the last week or two. And of course, you know, we have our theories. And I'm not even going to lie, a couple of subscribers has hit me up in my Instagram account and shared some very interesting thoughts that I would like to talk about. And as you guys are well aware, I have a special guest here with me tonight. You guys know him as my good buddy, Destin from Destination Station. Let's get him in here because you guys know, as he says on his channel, all roads lead back to Woodsboro. Get Destin up in here. What's going on, my brother?
What's up, buddy? What is up, man? And all roads do lead to Woodsboro. I don't care what franchise you are in. Everything leads back to Woodsboro. And that's what is shows like that's why I've always said that like Scream is like a horror a horror movie for horror fans. Is because like it has so many different avenues, and no matter like what type of horror fan you are, you're gonna find some sort of enjoyment out of this, and you're gonna respect it, you're gonna enjoy it. And man, Scream is at its all-time high. I don't know, do you think that like Scream is higher now than it was in the late 90s, early 2000s?
I'd have to say yes, because the modern audience has captivated towards it, I think, a lot quicker than in the 90s. Like my niece, she's 14 and she loves Scream. She watched Scream 5 and was like, I'm a fan. And if I'm not mistaken, I think she went back and watched the other movies. And stuff like this younger generation is clinging more and more to Scream, it seems, by the minute. Like you see the conventions, bro. How many young people are there rocking Ghostface stuff? You know what I mean? Like rocking Scream merchandise. Even Jamie Kennedy said it on his channel. Like right now, in terms of like revenue and merch, Scream is at an all-time high.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel like that Scream was always ahead of its time. Same thing with like Wes Craven's New Nightmare. You know, we talked about it earlier on your stream today with Cecil, with Dylan's New Nightmare. Like these movies, even like Behind the Mask, The Rise of Leslie Vernon, these movies that deconstruct the horror genre were ahead of its time. The meta thing really did not take off at that time. It was the first of its kind. And now you think about it with the streaming services, whodunits, especially Netflix, you got so many different like shows and movies that are all just like a mystery thriller whodunit type thing. And now that Scream is back, it's kind of like Scream. I mean, no, maybe Scream wasn't the first to do a whodunit, you know?
Right.
But it was the first one that deconstructed the horror genre and did a whodunit. And it was about, wait, we resonated with it because we are horror fans. We kind of saw ourselves in these characters. And it was like, it was almost at our front door. It was like, it was real. It was like, this could happen. Like it could really happen, you know? So that's one thing that I think that like Scream is always like,
that's why it's special in its own right.
Right. It's just, it is. it's lightning in a bottle, but it's also like a lot of other franchises have just like found its inspiration from it, you know?
Right.
Like we probably the who done it subgenre probably wouldn't be what it is today without Wes Craven and Kevin Williamson coming up with that amazing
True.
script.
Right. And like Cecil said earlier, Wes, kind of tinkering with the whole meta thing in his new Nightmare film and his Freddy film, that basically, once that was well received from a lot of fans, that I think also like really made him be like, okay, full go on this meta aspect type of thing with the horror genre. And that's how Scream came about. Like, and man, what I love the most and what I appreciate more that I'm a content creator, for the last year, what I appreciate so much more about this franchise is that it makes you think about things in ways you never did before by just being a fan and watching it.
Mm-hmm.
When you really break down things, break down scenes, break down this and break down that, it's like, man, there is so, if you, like I say, if you are a creator, if you're a director or whatever, there are so many different avenues that you can pick from the Scream franchise to pick a story from
Yeah.
and make a film on it.
Yep.
You know what I mean? Or a short story, something. Like that's how layered and how great the Scream franchise is. And we talk about it all the time. Look how many theories we come up with. Nothing against any other franchise. I want to say maybe Saw, because that is kind of like a guessing game as well. You know what I mean? With who's basically helping Jigsaw or who's going to be the Jigsaw killer this time.
But yeah, but
But
it's not as it's not as forefront to it.
right, exactly. And stuff like, and that's what I mean. Like, there's really not many other horror movies. Like, you can theorize on horror movies, but you can't theorize on them the way you can Scream, in my opinion. Like, does that make sense?
No, perfect.
Yeah.
It really does, because honestly, it was the first movie that, like, okay, let's say that they have done whodunits before in the past, but Scream was like they balanced that horror and comedy perfectly. The horror was first. The comedy was organic throughout the characters that we grown to love. We had likable characters that we almost didn't
Yes.
want to see get killed. You
Very
built
true.
these characters. We got to know them before they got the knife, and a lot of other horror movies, they weren't okay. I guess you would say that they weren't just there to body count. They weren't just there for body count. When they were a body count, it meant something. It was impactful. It was rememberable. Like it's not just like a Friday the 13th. No diss on Friday the 13th. I love that franchise, but I can't sit here and say that I care about any of those characters in that franchise the way I do with Scream.
Absolutely. I think the only ones, or even really only one you could say that you really cared about was like Tommy Jarvis,
Maybe, yeah.
And stuff like that. Like,
but it wasn't a Sydney.
No,
it wasn't a Dewey.
No, that's true. Especially because they didn't run concurrent. They didn't have the time in the sequels like those characters in Scream have. And that's just comes to show the consistency of the franchise, that you can keep bringing these characters back. And even if certain things may seem like, okay, they kind of did this already, it's still fun. It's still acceptable.
Yeah, absolutely. The only thing that, like, I mean, and it might be a biased opinion, and maybe it's not. Maybe a lot of people agree with me. I don't know. I don't really know. But like, I just grew up, and before Sydney hit the scene, Nancy from A Nightmare on Elm Street, like that was the first character I really cared about. I cared about Jamie Lee Curtis too, but
the most underrated final girl in history, in my opinion.
Yeah, I mean, like Jamie Lee Curtis, like I've always been a fan of her, but I think I was late to the Halloween game. You know what I mean? Like I was more, my entry into horror was A Nightmare on Elm Street. And I think and I could be biased on that, a little bit. And I recognize that, but it was just like, I remember caring about Nancy and then A New Nightmare, like, and I know Freddy was like the forefront. And I know that was like the backbone of the whole entire franchise. but like when it came to Halloween, it also was awesome. But I just
Yeah.
didn't like. And
You
I know
didn't
that Jamie Lee Curtis,
gravitate towards it the way you did with Nightmare on Elm Street and
right?
Scream.
Because it
Yeah,
just was it was the beginning of my horror journey,
right.
you know. So it's just like I said, I could be biased about this just a little bit, and
Well, see, where I don't think you're biased though, and this is, and something that Cecil said earlier, you know, Halloween, what I mean, in so many ways, the movies fit the character in so many ways. It's
mhm,
kind of dreary. There's no real personality there.
mhm.
Just like in Friday the 13th. With Scream and Nightmare on Elm Street, there's personality within the villains.
Yeah,
So that's, in my opinion, like, I don't think that's being biased. I can easily see someone gravitating towards more of that because of the whole personality. You want your bad guy to have, talk a little bit, you know what I mean? Talk some shit. You know
yeah,
what I mean? Like, and unfortunately, Michael and Jason don't do that. Well, Michael in Rob Zombie's version, die, and then in
yeah,
Halloween Kills, I'm convinced. I'm sorry, he said give it back. So, but
yeah,
it wasn't like he was like give it back. He was like give it back,
yeah,
all soft and somber.
yeah. Yeah, and that's the thing. It's like I think that like me as a horror fan, like growing up, like I always knew what Halloween was. I knew what Friday the 13th was, but I didn't know the backstory. You
Right,
know, like like just like a Nightmare on Elm Street. My entry to a Nightmare on Elm Street was uh the fourth film. Like that was my entry. That was the first time I ever saw Freddy, and then I didn't really even know Freddy's backstory until I got in my later years, a little bit older, and
right,
I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna watch this entire series." But with Halloween, I think I was just late to to care
right,
about the original. I think I started watching it because, like I remember whenever I was younger, let's just say TNT, or Joe Bob Riggs. I don't know. I might be showing my age right now. I don't know if you
oh
remember
no,
Joe
you're
Bob.
good, man.
You remember Joe Bob Riggs,
I don't
the
remember
guy that
that,
would,
but I remember all the TV land shows.
yeah,
Like Wonder
he would sit.
Years.
He was like this country dude that would sit outside his RV next to a campfire and in a lawn chair, and he'd drink beer, and he'd be like just talking about horror movies, and then like
Okay,
Tales
shit.
from the
I have to
Crypt
look
would
that
come
up.
on, or usually it was Friday the 13th or Halloween, whatever was going on, and I would always sneak downstairs from my parents' house and like sit in front of the TV and watch these movies. So I'd always catch them like never from the beginning. It was always
Right.
like
Always like in
something,
the middle.
yeah. And I just always remember Halloween 2 was the one that was always being aired.
Oh yeah.
Halloween 2 was always being aired. And I was just kind of like, I felt like me personally, I resonated more with Halloween 2 than I did the original Halloween until later, and then I was like,
Right.
Once I realized what I was missing out on and how film was and where it came from and all that kind of stuff, then I started showing my appreciation to the original Halloween. So,
Right,
yeah,
man. It
I mean,
happens like that. Like there's look at how many people who've gone back and actually watched Halloween 78 and be like, I still like Rob Zombie's version better.
yeah, there are those fans out there that
You know?
do think that. I'm not one, but
Right.
I do think that there are some good moments in Rob Zombie's remake. I will
Mhm.
give it that, but um But yeah, I don't know. I just I don't know, man. There was just some things that needed to change. It's like I could watch Halloween 1978 over and over and over,
Over
you
and
know,
again. You can't
easily.
do that with Rob Zombie's remake.
It's like I can maybe watch it a few times. I've watched it a few times since then, and it's kind of like
Right.
I've seen enough, and
Right.
that's it. I like some of the things that they tried to do, but it's not a when you got a movie that is on rewatchable, it's got that shine. There's certain movies that just have that shine to where
Right.
it's like it's an easy rewatch. I could watch this over and over and over and just never get bored. That's
Right. That's
That's
not Rob
gold
Zombie's
cinema.
movies. Like, well, at least the Halloween movies.
Yeah, that's how I feel on some of the Halloween movies, some of all of the Scream movies pretty much.
Yeah.
I think they're just easy watches. Another film, and I know I'm not trying to like go all over the place here. I'm just like really in my feelings right now.
Yeah, no, you're good, bro. Go for
Like
it.
like I remember feeling the first moment that I felt that moment about cinema, and I was like, I could watch this over and over and I could never get bored. And it was just so puts a smile on my face. And
Right.
as soon as the credits roll, I could just hit
It's
rewind,
euphoric. It's
rewind that
euphoric, bro.
VHS and start again. Was The Mummy with
Yeah,
Brendan Fraser.
that's a great
That
movie.
movie, that was the first time I felt that feeling that I was like, I could watch this movie over and over. And I think I
Yep.
did, you know.
Yeah, that's a great movie.
Yeah.
I'm gonna
And
have,
that's when
we should do a watch party on that sometime.
yeah, because it does have horror elements, you know.
Oh yeah,
Uh,
absolutely.
but it's just without the horror elements, without anything else, it's just a good movie. And that's when you know you got a movie that stands the test of time. That's
Very
how I
true.
feel.
Hell yeah, man. No, The Mummy, Brendan Fraser's. I mean, not shitting on the old school mummies. I never really watched the older ones or whatever, but that one is a classic in my opinion.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
Yeah.
I want to get to some of these chats real quick. Sorry, guys. You guys know how it gets when me and Destin get together. We just flow. It just goes, you guys. So I'm going to get to you
natural.
guys now and see what's up. See who's all here. Chocolate Ice, what's going on, Chocolate? Hope you're having a great night. The Shape in the Shadow saying, hey, Jerron Boone. What's going on, y'all? I hope y'all having a great night. Thanks for stopping in. What's going on, Denisha? Glad to see you again. I know I'm far behind, guys, so don't worry. I'm scooting. I'm scooting. I'm getting up there. Hey, what's going on, Scott? Saying, hey, Marcus, I missed your what? What?
I was what?
Okay, I think I know what Scott's trying to say here. I missed your last stream last night. I was hoping we could talk about cartoons and other things, if that is okay with you, and horror movies. Well, I mean, I don't care if you have some, some things you want to share in the chat about some cartoons. I don't mind asking the question, you know what I mean? But I would like to keep it on topic. So, I mean, if you have one or two, I don't mind answering, you know what I mean? But, me, man, I'm all the horror right now. You know what I mean? Eventually, at some point, I do want to open up another channel talking about other movies and maybe TV shows and stuff like that, cartoons and stuff when I can find the time to get around to it. Right now, I'm ingrained in this horror game, man. It's just, you know what I mean? It's like my skin on my flesh. I just can't, you know what I mean? I have to have it. I have to talk about it and stuff. Like, I love horror. And yeah, that's just what it is, man. But yeah, Scott, I don't mind asking a question or two, a little bit off topic, as long as we, for the most part, stay on topic. Okay, so I see Jerron here, I would believe, has a theory saying also in the cult should be Tara and Angelina. What do you think? Now, that's really interesting, and real quick, I'm going to actually star this and come back to it because I do want to, touch on this. But I want to just scroll down here and see if I missed anybody, who in the chat. I don't want to miss anybody. I want to get everybody, you know what I mean, caught up. What's going on, Jamie? I see you in the chat, girl. I hope you're having a great night. Oh, yeah, Jamie. How's Annie? Jamie knows what I'm talking about. Hey, what's going on, Eric? The Bearded Entertainment's in the chat. What's going on, buddy? Hope you're having a great night. Kayla Ashley. Hey, what's going on? I hope you're having a great night. Popping in to say a quick hi and to virtually run down your hall in a Ghostface mask. Made you look. Have a great stream. Going to catch the replay. Give this stream a thumbs up and subscribe. Thank you so much for that, Kayla. I greatly appreciate that. That's awesome. Hey, what's going on, NRU Cody Ghostface? Guys, if you're wondering why I'm not pulling the comments up real quick, I'm just trying to catch up because I do want to talk about this theory that Jerron has because I received an Instagram message from somebody who's actually not too far from me here in Pennsylvania, Three's Company, and they have an interesting theory in regards to Tara. So that's why I am keeping that comment up. I can't start here on my phone for some reason, so that's why I'm keeping it up. But I'm just trying to catch up to all you guys' chats, acknowledge you guys, say what's up, and then we're gonna get into it here. Okay, so I think I'm pretty much caught up. Yeah, I'm caught up for the most part. But okay, so let's touch on this theory that Jerron has about Tara and Angelina being in the cult. I will say this, Destin. I think it's really interesting. I think ever since we got, that well, I want to say, I don't even know what to say kill anyway. But when Tara stabbed Ethan through the mouth and she, let out that giggle, that laugh, ever since then, I feel like a lot of people, even more so now, find Tara suspicious. And like I said, Three's Company messaged me on Instagram and basically believes that Tara is involved and has been since Scream 5 because when Samantha goes to get her out of the closet, there's like this poster, and I think I may have it. I think I did. I don't know if I did upload it. I'll check real quick. But basically, when she opens the door to the closet, there's this poster of like a devil with cards and stuff like that. And he basically believes like that's a sign that Tara, like that's like a little Easter egg that they're saying Tara's like, in on it and stuff like that. Let me see if I do have it here. But what do you think about that, Destin?
Well, this is the first I've even.
And the reason why he says that is because he feels like why would they have a poster in a closet like that where it's not even visible? You know what I mean? Like, and stuff like that. And that's why I found that very interesting because that kind of makes a little bit of sense. I mean, especially in today's time, you know what I mean? With stuff like
this was Tara's closet?
No, this was Amber's closet. But
Amber's closet.
But Tara was in that closet. So they're feeling like basically that could be like an Easter egg, a clue, maybe that they put in there to kind of hint that Tara's involved.
I don't.
How do you feel about that? You know what? I'm gonna actually grab my phone and I'm gonna pull up the entire message and read it.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if I don't know. Like, I mean, I've made theories about like Tara could be involved in everything, but after the way that 6 played out, I've kind of like took a step back on that theory.
Right.
Not to say that it can still go down or something like that, but just the way 6 played out, I don't really know if that would feel right, like
Right.
if they were gonna do it, they should have hinted more at it in this one, which I don't think they did. With Tara stabbing Ethan in the mouth, I think the only thing that we can blame is really the writers. I just think that they kind of went a little. You could tell that they changed tones in the climax. It was like they were almost like, all right, now we're having fun with it, and we're about to do some one-liners, and we're about to do all this kind of stuff, and which is fine, but it's almost like it felt like
It's kind of a little sloppy.
It was almost like, like dabbing your feet a little bit into stab territory. And I just didn't like that. I wanted it to stay the same tone that you have built with. And I think that's what worked really well with Scream 1 was how serious Billy was and how unhinged Stu was. They were two totally different type of psychos. When you get to these other ones, it's kind of like the only way that I felt like that it would have changed was that the only one that was really taking anything serious was not Detective Bailey, not Ethan,
Quinn.
but Quinn. Yeah. That should have been the final showdown. I would have liked that more but it's like they quickly did stuff up, and it almost went a little Fast and the Furious for me. And I was just kind of
Right.
like, now you know you're in a movie, and and it's just we're having fun now, you know. And I don't know. I don't think that Tara doing that to Ethan is anything but a blame on the writers just having fun with dialogue and script. That's it.
Got you. Okay, so this is exactly what he says. He said, I saw something in Scream 5 that I can't unsee, and I wanted to share it with you, but I didn't want to post it on YouTube. You might be able to make a video. Pay attention at the end when Tara is in the closet. Radio silence puts clues throughout the movie using props. There's a bag hanging on the doorknob on the closet that Tara is behind. The bag has mind on it. In other words, they're telling you open your mind or think, right? When Sam opens the door, there is a poster on the wall of the devil holding a bottle of what appears to be wine and a handful of playing cards. Nobody puts a poster like that in a closet in any normal household. I believe they're cluing you in that Tara was the mastermind of it all for the new series. That's why she survives at the beginning, as no other characters have survived the beginning/opening scene in a Scream movie, because she is the mastermind. The ultimate way to work in plain sight is to be the victim.
Okay. I
What do
can
you
I can feel some of that.
Right.
And I did before Scream 6, but it would make more sense if Tara knew there was cameras on her when she did get attacked at the beginning of Scream 5. Like, she wanted her attack to be publicized. She wanted it to be caught on film. That would make sense if they kind of touched on that. I could be more of a believer on this theory. And I have thought about Tara. I don't know about her being a mastermind from the beginning, but I could see
Right.
her transitioning to being that whenever she finds out more secrets about Sam
Right.
and possibly what happened with Tara's dad.
Mm-hmm.
And I could see Tara slowly like getting salty and getting bitter
Yeah.
and being like, you did this, you broke our family up, you killed
Right.
my dad, or you made my dad leave, whatever the case, you know.
Now that and what he says next actually kind of plays into that a little bit. You know what I mean? Because of the whole father thing. Like, and I say to that, what if Tara already knows? You know what I mean? But she's playing it off. You know, so he
Yeah.
says, I believe she's manipulated Sam the entire time, using Sam to draw back to the legacy characters. That's why Dewey was pulled right to the hospital willingly by Sam. Sam is the one that had the idea to go to his trailer to involve him. They possibly may be working together. But I think she's using Sam's psychosis and bloodline to look guilty, cast guilt on Sam while being the innocent little tag-along sis. See, I will say this though, real quick, in regards to that last line though. If you watch Scream 6, Tara doesn't want Sam around. Really. Like, she's tired of Sam being up her ass.
Right.
You know, so I can't see that last part as like really trying to be the innocent little tag along sister, because she even asked Sam in the shrine, when am I going to be able to be normal again? And Sam wasn't able to give her an answer. So that tells me, if anything, instead of tagging along, she's going to be pulling away, you know, and stuff like that. But what do you think about the rest of that? About her manipulating Sam? Maybe they're working together because he brings up the fact that Sam went to Dewey's house, which I said from the start is very, very suspicious, you know, being away for 5 years and Dewey moving twice, but that's neither here or there. So what do you think about the rest of this theory that he has?
So when you say working together, are you saying that like
They, he,
Sam
he
and
Sam and Tara.
Tara are working together?
Yeah.
No, I don't. I
I
don't.
don't think so neither.
I don't think it's that deep. I don't think it's that at all. Could it be Tara manipulating a little bit? I don't think it was she was a mastermind from the beginning. I would it would be more believable if throughout all of this, because it's like Tara's like in this new films, she's like the coming of age,
Right.
within this franchise. Sam is like the predominant one that is like got the secrets and got all this, past baggage.
Right.
It would be Tara that would be like, once I found out you did this, that's why I'm doing what I'm doing. You
Right.
know?
I would agree with that more, as if like her transitions into a ghost face because she found out maybe Samantha killed her father or had him killed, whatever. You
Yeah.
know what I mean? Because in Scream 6, she clearly says that he was abusing her.
Right.
Like,
Right.
you
And
know,
and it's so quick because like it's like one of the first lines right after the climax of the movie, and we get the title card, and then we transition into that, and it's
yep.
just like that's just graced over real quick before you can even I didn't even notice it the first time I watched the movie. Like I was just kind of like just watching it and accepting it, and then like after I watched it another time, I was like, wait, what do you mean? We've
Right.
talked about you're abusive with your father. You've never met your biological father, Billy Loomis,
Right.
but your dad that you thought that was your dad throughout your life was Tara's dad.
Yep.
So how abusive was that relationship, and what happened to it?
Right.
Did he just leave, or did it leave on a violent note? Like there's just so many questions there, and I want it. I want some answers. I want.
Right.
I feel like Scream 6 was pretty damn good. I liked it, especially the second time I watched it. But it didn't answer enough questions that I had.
Right. They
It,
definitely, you made a point with the writing. You know what I mean? And I'm going to bring it up in another, couple of theories. You know what I mean? The writing definitely needs tightened up
yeah,
because they leave too many loose ends on certain things and too many questions unanswered.
yeah.
And I'm with
They
you, man.
raise
There's
more
some
questions than they do answers.
very, very true. Now, Eric sending in a $5 super chat. Thank you so much, buddy. I greatly appreciate it. Real quick. So wait, Destin, I do want to ask, are you going to Scarefest?
I I'm about 70-30
Okay,
at this point.
that's a good thing. That's a
I'm
good
about
sign.
70. I still got to figure out airfare. I got to figure out a room to stay, all that kind of stuff. But man, I was looking through the guest and everything. I was like, man, I really want to do this. And this is in
Bro,
October, right?
yes, October 20th through the 22nd, I believe. Yep.
Yeah. Yeah. And so yeah, I had to ask my boss, I mean, my wife, uh, if it was cool. and and she didn't say yes or no. So I was just kind of like, okay, well, we're halfway there.
Right.
Um so yeah, I'm thinking I'm just gonna go ahead and get the tickets just to be on the safe side,
Right.
and then if I could just get up there, from Dallas, I'll figure it out. Hell,
Yeah,
I've slept in my car before in a parking garage, which sucked. I'm not gonna
bro, we're
lie.
gonna figure this out. Don't you
I
even
might
worry
have to
about
ask
that.
you, hey man, can I borrow your shower?
Go ahead,
Uh,
buddy. I mean,
yeah.
there you go.
Yeah, I've
So
never
Eric
been to
said,
Kentucky. I've never
me
been to
neither.
Indiana. So,
Me neither.
um,
I'm excited.
yeah,
Well, no, I've been to Indiana when I was younger.
okay. Yeah, I've
So
never been.
Eric's saying, man, I got so much to say about these theories and I can't type fast enough. Yeah, that's real. I know that's right. That's how I be feeling about, feeling when I'm in other people's chat and they're theorizing and stuff. And I'm just like, man, I really want to say all this, but it's just not enough, lettering to go through it.
Mhm.
I feel that, Eric, man. I really do. Thank you so much for your $5 super chat, my friend. And I do have some new clips that I did download. So let me share this with you real quick. Let me scroll down
Should I
here.
take my clothes off? What's going on right now?
Oh, I don't know about all
I'm just
that.
kidding, dude. That got super weird really fast.
Oh man. All right,
Sorry,
buddy. So
I get goofy after 10 o'clock. I'm like a gremlin.
Oh, you're good, my friend. You're good. Well, this clip right here, I don't even know what to call this clip, but let's just enjoy it for what it is. Are you just gonna play? All right, there we go.
Laranja, acerola e mel. Uma doçura.
Yo, I heard that shit at the end, and I'm like, I gotta download that.
That was the most sour face I ever seen in my life.
Oh man. I hope you enjoyed that clip, Eric. And again, thank you so much for the $5 super chat, my friend. I greatly appreciate you. And I cannot wait to go to Scarefest and Destin, man. I hope you can make it, man.
Yeah, dude. Like I'm pretty much. I think I'm just gonna make it happen because I really do want to go. I mean, David Arquette's gonna be there. You got Daniel Harris. I mean, like, there's so many people that that I've been wanting to see for so long. And honestly, I want to check out other conventions other than just Texas Frightmare, you know? And
Right.
I know it's cool and everything, but like I love to travel. I love to go other places and just, sometimes we don't always get, who should be here. Like I haven't met Danielle Harris. I don't know if she's ever been to Texas, but
Right.
especially David Arquette, it's like, how often do you get the opportunity to be able to do that? Because David Arquette's not like always at conventions. So you got to like
No.
take it when it
You gotta
comes.
take the opportunity when
Because you
you
never
get it.
know when the next time it might be, you know?
That's very true. That's
So
very true. So to touch on because I know Duran, so we got the part of Duran's theory about Tara. We don't believe that. But what do you feel about Christina Carpenter being in the cult of ghost faces, if there is a cult of ghost faces? What do you feel about that?
Christina, are you talking about Christina or Sam?
No, Christina the mom.
Oh, okay. Hold on. I just had to
Recalibrate.
I had to swap my train of thought for a minute. Dude, I don't know. Oh man.
I personally don't think so. And
I don't
the only reason why I say so is especially if Tara isn't, I don't see why she would want Tara dead. Now Sam is different. Even though it's her daughter,
yeah.
Sam is a little bit different. You know what I mean? But it's Tara that makes me believe Christina's going to be a massive red herring if she does show up in Scream 7. But subsequently, I don't think she's going to be revealed as a ghost face. I really don't.
Like I always thought that the best way to bring in Christina was that, let's say that, and and it could have happened in, Scream 6, but let's say it happens in Scream 7 if they're
Right.
mirroring Scream 3 and they're trying to make a new movie, a reboot, a requel, whatever they're trying to do. And let's say that Sam and Tara is now starting to get this like fame.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And Christina's like, "Oh, now I want to have a relationship with y'all." And she's back and like trying to build it. And it's kind of like them as characters and us as the audience is like, is this genuine? Or is this just because
Right.
she's trying to
Because she's trying to get the peso.
exactly, like she's trying to I'm a good mom and in the Hollywood News, whatever.
Right.
And so like I think that's a cool angle that they could play her. Like she could be suspicious, but she could also feel genuine, and we really don't know how she really is,
Right.
as her being a part of like the cult or anything like that. No, because we know that she's broken. We know that she was the town drunk. I think if anything, she's just like has this heavy weight on her as a broken woman. I think at
Yeah,
this
that's a good
point,
way to put it.
and I think the best way to play that character out is either she's trying to build her relationship with her daughters, try
Mhm.
to right the wrongs that was from the past, by also keeping her as a red herring because we don't know if it's genuine or not.
Right.
But as
I
far as
agree,
like
man.
being
Like I
like a
said,
mastermind cult member,
yeah,
no,
I don't
I
see
don't
that.
think I like it.
Like, I've tinkered with the idea that Christina could be actually Angelina from Scream 3.
That would be cool. I would
I
buy
mean,
it.
it would
Or
be.
Jennifer Jolie.
See, I like that better. You already know we've
I
talked
like it
about this. There's so many more clues in Scream 3, in my opinion, that would point to Jennifer helping Roman. The only part about that is the scene where Sydney is back in Woodsboro because she was with Gail.
But that's why Christina's never there whenever they're in town.
No, I'm
So
talking
when
about Jennifer Jolie in that sequence. Like how we think Jennifer Jolie would have been a better fit as Roman's accomplice in
yeah,
Scream 3 because of the whole basement scene and the relationship that
it,
they did have a relationship.
yeah,
But the only thing I think that would put a wrench into that theory is when what's her name? What's her name? Fuck, Jennifer was with Gail. That's when Sydney was attacked. So she couldn't be there with Roman if there are two killers in that scene.
maybe she's also an in development Ghostface cult member. Maybe she
It's
wasn't full
possible.
blown then.
I
But
mean, it's
once
possible.
her lover, Roman, got killed, sent her over the edge a little bit more.
I don't know, man. I mean, I would look if it was a lot more cleaner in terms of like how they did it, especially with that scene with Sydney being attacked. I think I'm not saying you can't just keep it as it is and just say no, that was one killer in that scene attacking Sydney, but we both know that wouldn't fly well with fans. You know what I mean? Because
Yeah.
that'd be bullshit. You know what I mean? But in terms of, I mean, now if you want to go back and say maybe there were three killers then and Roman had both of them working for him, I can buy that.
Yeah,
You know
because
what I
he was
mean?
obviously like a little player. You
Yeah.
know?
And just and think about it this way too. If we believe that Jason and Greg possibly were involved with Richie and Amber, you know, because of the whole movie thing, and I've said this before, if you're a filmmaker, right, you got to have a crew with you. Can't and, you know, just having one person isn't going to be enough.
Mhm.
You know what I mean? So Roman being a director, and this is his movie, you know, it's not impossible to think there were more than just Roman and Angelina. I'll just say
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, like, I think it would like make sense as far as like we've all, you know, if anybody's like me as like a, watching these new films, it's kind of like I mean, at least we saw Sydney's dad at least once or twice.
right,
You know, we haven't seen Sam and Tara's mom once.
right.
And these traumatic worldwide news events have happened with them, and she's still just MIA. Why?
Yeah. I agree with that. I want to know why too. You know, I mean, they may
Is
have
it because
explained
it's
it.
going to be a surprise to us as the audience that it's like they don't like Sam and Christine or Sam and Tara doesn't know who their mom really is. But once we see this person on camera, we're like, wait, our minds are going to be blown because it's like, that's not Christina, that's Jennifer, or that's Angelina from the past film. So then we're all just like, just mind blown at that moment. You know, is that the reason why they're keeping this character absent? Like, I mean, it's kind of cool.
I
to think
feel like
about.
I feel like if they don't bring her in my opinion, it'd be a missed opportunity because it's part of her story too. Her relationship with Billy is a part of the story. Just like Maureen, her story, we didn't get to see that in person. Maureen was gone. She was dead.
Yeah,
Christina's alive. You have an opportunity here.
exactly.
You know what I mean? So I personally think they should bring her in. I personally don't think she is going to be a part of the Ghostface cult, though. Could she be Angelina? I just feel like there were so many things that have to factor into that. Like Roman would have had to see her with Billy to know who she is, like to recruit her, make her Angelina, say, hey, you come to Hollywood with me and you be my partner and you say your name is Angelina Tyler and I'll give you this role to portray Sidney Prescott. And I just feel like there'd be so much to factor into that. Like, you know what I mean? Like,
It'd be too much of a thought process.
right, exactly.
Yeah.
That's where I'm at with it. You know what I mean? But yeah. So I'm just not on board with the whole Christina being a part of the cult of Ghostface. Is it possible?
Not
Hey,
either.
anything's possible. Anything is possible, but
I mean,
yeah,
like I just thought about it like while we're talking right now. Like one angle that they could take it is that let's just say Christina comes back into play. Let's just say, like, you've known since Scream 5, since we have been theorizing about this damn last two movies, that I've always said I think I don't think Richie was Sam's first kill. That was just too much. I think that she's been like holding that in for a long time, taking pills, trying to, and that's one reason why she left. Tara was to protect her, and that's what she said in Scream 5 was like, I left to protect you. She said, protect me from what? And it was just kind of like Sam knows that she's unhinged a little bit. She doesn't want her to snap accidentally on her own beloved sister. So let's say for a moment that Sam did not kill her stepdad, that apparently, allegedly, maybe had abusive relationship with her.
Right.
What if it was Christina? What if it was the mom that actually killed? And this whole angle is Christina, when she comes back in, is trying to get her daughters to side with her and being like, understand who I am. This is what I did. I did it because I love y'all. I did it because of XYZ, and she, in her mind as a villain, she thinks that she did the right thing to protect her family, to protect this, whatever. And maybe Tara's on board with it, but Sam is not.
Right.
And there's like that whole family dynamic there. Like, I don't know, man. Like, I'm just thinking from like a writer's standpoint that if Scream 7 is going to be the end of this for a minute, at least, like they're trying to, like this is what we've been building to type of thing.
Right.
Then they got to make it make sense. They got to make it feel right.
Fill in all the gaps.
And they don't even have to really fill in all the gaps.
All the gaps,
just
but fill in at least a good portion.
Yeah, you got to fill in like at least the Carpenters' family dynamics.
Yeah,
you got to at least fill that in.
I agree with that, man, because that family like, why mention it? And so many. Why mention Christina in the first and second movie, and then slightly mention the dad? You got to give us some answers. You know what I mean? Especially with this whole abuse thing and stuff. Eric saying, I guess he was responding to somebody, saying if Stu isn't dead, which I agree he isn't, he's not sticking around in Woodsboro to get someone pregnant. I agree. Yeah, because there's been this theory, I guess, because of how Tara stabbed Ethan with both hands on the knife, coming down like Stu. There's people with this Tara being a unrevealed or secret Ghostface. They believe she could be Stu Macher's daughter. And I said, okay, but if that's the case, right, then that means Mr. Carpenter would have to be Stu. He would be too fucking noticeable in Woodsboro. Like that doesn't make any sense. Like, unless he went full stepfather mode and got unrecognizable plastic surgery.
And that's not how we want to see the Stu character.
No. And that's not how we want to see him. I just don't see it. I really don't.
That's a waste of impact.
I
It's not going to
really
be
agree with that.
impactful.
Jamie says, I'm telling you, Des, there are plenty of places to stay nearby.
Hell yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah,
Hell
yeah.
yeah.
She's been talking to Jamie. Awesome. What's up, girl? Jamie's super cool. We've
Oh,
been
hell
talking
yeah.
for a couple weeks now, like about the convention. So yeah, I'm definitely weighing out my options and everything. So I think I am gonna make it. I think I am gonna make it. It's just it's I don't know. I'll make it. I'll
You
make it
gotta
work.
make sure everything lines up right.
Yeah, I don't want to like lie. You know,
Yeah.
like I feel like that it is going to work out, but I just got to be 100%.
Right. Well, the
So,
good thing is you still have a good couple months. I mean,
yeah.
sure, tickets are somewhat limited, but you still have some time.
Yeah, yeah,
So,
yeah. I got the link and everything. I think I'm going to go ahead and just purchase the weekend tickets
yeah.
and just try to figure it out from there. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, man. I would love for you to come
Do y'all
down.
does it do you and Bearded, do y'all all have
Oh,
y'all
yeah.
stay
That's
ready?
why I messaged you that day because I was going to buy your tickets or whatever and stuff, but then you told me to hold off on that because you wanted to talk to the wife and
Oh,
stuff.
yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, I already got me and Bearded's tickets and stuff. We're suited, booted, ready to go.
Y'all got rooms and everything?
I do got a schedule for all that and stuff or whatnot, but that I'm not really too worried about that because, you know what I mean, you'll find deals. You know what I
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah. We'll figure it out for sure.
Oh, yeah.
I'll
No,
bring
no
an air
doubt.
mattress. I don't care.
I know that's right,
All I
bro.
need is a damn shower once a day. That's all I need.
That's right. Dino's, what's going on, brother? I hope you're having a great night, man. Saying, damn, bro, I wish more of these horror conventions were in Miami, Florida. I definitely let you guys stay a hot plenty of room. Yeah, man. Yeah, listen, Dino, I talked to you about it. Like maybe next year sometime, if there is a convention in Miami, I would love to go to Miami. You know what I mean? So, you know what I mean? We'll talk about it some more, man, for sure. Jamie saying, it hasn't been proven that Stu is alive. And although I hold out hope, I won't speculate based on the facts I don't have. Hey, I understand that, Jamie. Well, this kind of leads me in to so many ways to my next topic of discussion and my second Instagram message that I have gotten from let me make sure I have the name correctly. See, I'm terrible with names off the first try. I got to get used to them. Andrew Reinhardt. Okay. So Andrew pointed out something really interesting that I didn't catch. You know what I mean? You got to really listen in to catch it when the scene comes up or whatever. But it's interesting for a couple reasons. So when we get to the shrine in the final act, and basically, you know, Bailey calls Sam, tells her about Kirby, all that stuff, and then the lights go off and then the projector comes on. Well, in Richie's fan film, they used the same dialogue. He uses the same dialogue as the killer did in Scream 1996 when on the phone with Casey, saying, if you hang up on me again, I'll gut you like a fish. And the girl's dialogue was the same as Casey. Now, why that is important is because in Stab's dialogue, in this original Stab, when Ghostface calls Casey, the dialogue is completely different. So, how would Richie know that piece of dialogue if it wasn't in a Stab movie? Now, they could have just piped that in there for an homage sake. But if this is supposed to be Richie's fan film, and this is supposed to basically, some of the lines are supposed to be from what he's seen in Stab, how the hell would he know that line? That line would have to be noticeable from somebody who actually said it. You know what I mean? Like,
Never
it's
thought about
interesting.
that.
Huh?
I never thought about that.
Yeah, man. Like, that's interesting. And, you know, when he said that to me, I was like, I really just sat here. And this was like an hour before we started. So I went back and I rewatched it, and I'm like, holy shit, that is the same dialogue from Scream 1996. There's no way Richie would know that because the Stab movie wasn't the same dialogue. It's just like what Eric's said to Steven about Principal Hembry's drawing, about Principal Hembry's body in the drawing being in the classroom and not on the goalpost. You know, how would that person know that? How would Richie know that? He wasn't there.
So you think that whoever is the mastermind is somebody all the way from back in 1996? Maybe?
Stu, man. Whoever called Casey said those words. You hang up on me again. You know, you listen, you little bitch. You hang up on me again, I'll gut you like a fish. Understand? Stu and Billy were the only ones who would know that because they were the ones who called her. You know, so like, and if that dialogue isn't in Casey's scene in Stab, you have to ask yourself the question, Richie, how'd you know those words? Now, again, they could have just piped that in there for his fan film. We understand that. They could have just did that. But I also like to think that certain things aren't done for no reason. You know what I mean? And for me, that's a clue. That's a clue right there because there's no way this kid in that fan film would know that piece of dialogue if that piece of dialogue was not in the Stab franchise at all.
Yeah.
You know, it's just like he would not know if he's supposed to be the one drawing these, you know, artworks. He wouldn't know that Hembry was killed in the office unless somebody, Stu, maybe told him. Maybe, you know, we all think that Stu is the mastermind of the Stab subreddit, you know, or at least behind to some degree the Stab subreddit. Who's to say he didn't have interactions with Richie? Hell, who's to say the Richie Kirsch Bailey family isn't related to Stu just from out of state? They're from the Midwest. They're from the Midwest. They're not from Woodsboro. They could easily be family members from a distance. You know, like it, but that piece of dialogue, you know, when Andrew told me that, I was like, ooh, I can't wait to bring that up to Destin, man. What do you think about that?
I mean, that's a really good point because I never really put that together.
Either.
I mean, like as far as like I do want Stu to be back. I'm definitely on the Stu train. I think that he needs to come back for the sake of coming back. Even if it is obvious, even if the writers and the creators are kind of like, everybody wants Stu to come back. Everyone thinks that blah, 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 blah. Okay. Maybe. But it also is probably your best motive that you could come up with other than some other bullshit, you know, and make a little bit of sense. And then also the way it should orchestrate and like the way it should play out. It's not just Stu that walks out and it's just like, oh, this is the mastermind. This is the only killer. No, we should get one or two killers of a reveal at the beginning of the climax.
Okay.
Getting ready.
Yeah.
And it's kind of like, oh, we got our
and
reveal.
Stu's like the grandiose. He's the final reveal.
And then Stu is the final reveal and walks out. And he's kind of like, and then we get that, you know, it's like a cherry on top. It's like, oh, you thought we weren't going to go that way because we just did this reveal, but then we really did. But so they're also like pleasing both audiences. They're pleasing that, hey, we want to do it this way, but we're also going to be like, we're going to throw this in here also. And because why not? I mean, seriously, if you learn anything from franchises that are long going, you could call it fan service, whatever. It works.
Yeah.
It freaking works. And if there's any franchise that should do fan service, Scream.
Right.
Scream is the one to do it in.
Well, see, for those who just say, oh, they're doing it for fan service, not really. If you really break it down in the lens that, I mean, I'm not trying to say look at things like how we see it, but look at the Easter eggs. Why?
Well, I don't
plant-
think it would have been fan service if they would have taken that original idea back in Scream 3 with Wes Craven and Kevin Williamson or whatever.
No,
But now it would be fan service.
right. But my whole thing is even if it is fan service, I mean, my whole thing is this: they're dropping Easter eggs for a reason. Why do that? Even if they're subtle little Easter eggs, if they're not meant to bring him back and to get people talking, why even do that at all? You don't have to.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? You don't have to do it. You know what I mean?
Why you tickled the tip?
Yeah, right. Exactly. Yeah. You know what I mean? So, like, to me, they're doing things for a reason. It isn't just fan service. You know what I mean? Especially, in my opinion, you can't say it's just fan service if the fucking story is bomb.
Yeah.
If the story is bomb and it ties everything in and it makes perfect sense, you can't say that's just fan service. You know what I mean? You gotta own up to that's them telling a good story.
Yeah.
You know, so I mean, and like you said, so what? We want some fan service. What's paying the tickets?
Yeah. But I mean, like the whole the whole weight of the climax or the Scream 7 or whatever shouldn't be weighted on, oh, that was the big reveal, just Stu. No, we got a couple of other surprises.
Oh yeah.
You know, like we got a couple of other accomplices that like we thought that was the climax, but no, now we got this. So it just
Kirby.
But doing that, I don't want it to be rushed with Stu. I want us to take our time. You know what I'm saying? Like, remember how like in Scream 6, Ethan gets killed, Quinn gets killed, and then the Bailey thing happens or whatever. No. If we're going to reveal Stu, you better let that breathe a little bit. 10 minutes at least, and let us be there and let Sydney and him throw the hell down. And then, you know, whatever. But here's another thing is like, let's say that they do let him be there. They let this be a part of canon and everything. Does that mean that Ethan lived? Does that,
bro? It's interesting you brought that up. There's people who think he's alive.
Yeah.
And I'm not sitting there. Listen, I can't sit there and say I don't agree or disagree.
Yeah.
I really can't. You know what I mean? Like,
it was kind of weird how the TV got thrown. It got thrown on his head, like instead of like dropped. So
yeah, I don't know, man.
Which he did get messed up too. So I mean, I don't know. That's
neither.
why that's why I was kind of like, oh man, they're kind of going the Fast and Furious territory a little bit with the climax.
Right. Scott Walker saying, why don't, hold on, let me go back up here. Why don't the owners of the Stew House didn't let them film there? It was money. Wait, money was a time because of COVID-19. I hope we return there for before 7. But don't give up hope. We will return to Stu's house. I think the issue with them actually filming the real Schumacher house is just the people just didn't want them filming there.
It was probably too expensive.
Yeah, like they didn't want them.
You got to think about how much money they make off of Airbnb.
Yeah, like from what I heard, the people just didn't want to do it. They just didn't want to have it there. So I mean, you know, it
probably wasn't paying enough. Honestly, they probably didn't offer
understandable. It's understandable. You know what I mean? You know, not everybody's going to be keen with all these cameras and sets and stuff having to be rearranged. And sometimes even if they offer you a great amount of money to do it, you're just like, oh, I just don't want to deal with all that. Me personally, I'm taking the bag.
Yeah. I mean, I'm pretty sure they ran the numbers and was kind of like, well, we'll be missing out on this much of money because that place is still booked up a year's worth in advance every week as far as like Airbnb. So you add all that up to the number that the studio is offering you to film there, and it's kind of like, and then not to mention of like what they might want to change and maybe how long it's going to take and all that kind of stuff. And it's
Right.
like, oh well, I'll either be breaking even, I'd be making the same number, or I won't be making enough, so I might as well just keep it the way I am, you know? Maybe they
Right.
just didn't meet that number, kind of like with Nev Campbell. They just didn't meet that number.
Yeah.
It wasn't worth
That's
it as
very
far as
true.
financial.
That's very true, man. And listen, I thought they did a good job replicating the Schumacher house. It don't
I
have to
did
be
too.
perfect. You know what I mean? It don't. You got to think about it like this, because everybody was like, "Oh," there were some people complaining saying it wasn't. It looked like it, but it wasn't like good enough. You could tell it wasn't the actual house. You got to understand something. You know what I mean?
I felt it.
Even if it was, who's to say the house, didn't change? People could have renovated it, did things to it. That was 1996. It might not look the same.
The only thing that I say that it did not feel like is outside the house.
Right. I agree with that.
On
Yeah,
the outside of the
outside it
house, I
seemed
was
too
kind of
closed
like,
in.
yeah, it felt like, and then I was like, I've never seen this barn before, this little
Right.
shed or whatever. I was like, this feels like a set right here. But if they gave us that pan shot from 1996 where Sydney is going through the fence and is like, "Help me,"
Right.
and all that kind of stuff, when we see like the landscape and all that kind of stuff,
Right.
I'd be like,
It would have
okay,
been a lot
yeah,
more ambiance. It would have been better because it would have been a lot more reminiscent to the setting around Stu's house.
feeling like isolated. Yeah,
Yes, absolutely. I agree
yeah,
with that. Yeah, the outside, you could definitely tell it was a set from the outside.
yeah,
The inside, in my opinion, it just looked like an updated, renovated version of the house.
yeah, yeah. I thought the inside was good enough. I mean, even
Right.
whenever they did shoot on location, they even changed it up. Like the room that Sydney and Billy were in, where they had sex or whatever,
Yeah.
there was another door
Yep.
that wasn't closed off, and you see it whenever Sydney's like running through the stairwell, and Ghostface comes out and meets her at that stairs. That
Yep.
was a part of that room. But Wes just didn't shoot it that way. He made it look like the only exit was where Ghostface came in and stabbed Billy, and
Yeah.
Sydney had to run across the bed to get out. There was actually another door and a whole part of the room on the other side. So, it's all, you use what you can do, but when it comes to outside shots and everything, even like that last shot where the camera is like panning out and everything, it just
Yeah.
still felt artificial.
Right.
So,
It didn't feel like Scream 96 in terms of like the mountains, the sun setting and stuff. Like, and of course, and I will always say this until they clean this shit up, their score fucking sucks.
what for that ending or the whole
All of
entire
it.
movie?
I hate Radio Silence's score for Scream. It
Yeah,
doesn't, it just doesn't
it
feel
doesn't have
like
that eerie. It doesn't
yeah,
have the eeriness.
right. Like it doesn't like, and not even just that, the authority. You know what I mean? Like Marcos Beltrami shit, like especially in Scream 1996, that dun, 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 and it elevates. It's like it just gets louder as the chase scene goes.
Yeah,
These guys don't do a great job with that score to build that chase scene up, to build that up. Like I was really hoping in 6 that they would, if they could anyway, use some of the score from the original Scream, or at least Scream 2, whatever, to kind of give some of that feel back, because their score is just not doing it for me.
yeah. I
It's
mean,
not.
yeah, it's definitely not memorable because I'm not even like thinking of anything as far as the score
I'll put
is.
it this way: the theme song is more memorable than the score.
I remember the opening scene after after the beginning of the movie of the title card, and it's that one song like "In My Head" or whatever
Yeah,
from that used to play in Lincoln Park. And like
right.
I have that. I listen to that shit whenever I'm like grilling out in the backyard. Like I was listening to that earlier, and I was just like, man, this is good. It's a short
Yeah.
song, but I liked that more than Scream 4 when we got that opening song after the
Oh, dun, 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 dun,
yeah.
dun, dun.
And I was just kind of like, I was like, what am I going into right now?
I'm not gonna lie. I'm not gonna lie. When I heard that entrance, when I heard that song, I was like, man, this sounds like some goofy shit's about to happen.
Yeah. I was just like, can we not get a more like either a scary song or a more like badass song or something?
Right.
Like it just felt like it was like, all right, we're gonna kill somebody and then we're gonna play some Taylor Swift.
That's great.
And
I
I do
forget
think them
exactly
Swifties
what
are
that
some
song
cult
is called.
members, man. So they might be some Ghostface Swifties out there.
There might
I'm
be.
just kidding. I'm kidding.
Man, listen, now that you say that, they're going to fuck around and cast her, and she is going to be a ghost face.
I think Taylor Swift would be a great opening kill in a Scream movie.
You
You can clip that right now. Clip it. I said it. Tag Taylor Swift.
Oh man,
Taylor
I think
Swift.
I might just clip that and share that on Twitter and see if we can get her to respond. That's it. Yeah, that'd be crazy if she did respond and be like, "Hey, you might get your wish," and she fuck around and ask to be in the next Scream movie.
Yeah, she just wants $10 million for 5 minutes of a kill
Right.
scene. Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
real quick, because I do want to get to some more of these comments, but I also have another theory that I want to talk to you about. Now, of course, we won't know until we get official confirmation on cast and everything if this actor is even going to return to the Scream franchise. But if he does, I have an interesting idea, a theory for this character. But real quick, I want to get to some of these comments. What's going on, Adrian? I hope you're having a great night. Saying that I have a theory about the Ghostface culture, about the culture of Ghostface. It's the idea I told you I had. Okay, yeah, man. Let me know what you're feeling. Scott Walker saying, just so we return to Woodsboro at the end of Scream 7, Part 1, we return to Stu's old house to see a lone figure. Okay, yeah, I remember you said this before, Scott, and I just don't think that would make a lot of sense. You know, to have Scream 7 be a two-parter. So Scott says this, Destin. I'll see what you feel about this. Just so we return to Woodsboro at the end of Scream 7, Part 1, we return to Stu's house and we see a lone figure looking up at the house. He takes off the hoodie and reveals to be Stu. He says, "I'm home." How would you feel about that as basically the cliffhanger to Scream 7, and then we're going to get a Scream 8? And
not as a theatrical movie. If this was a series,
okay,
I could see you like ending on a series like that if they were trying to build on that. As a theatrical movie, no.
I agree.
For the simple fact that you're literally going to have to write an entire next movie around that. That means that Stu's already revealed, and we're going to have to know him walking into the next film. And I also don't want the surprise to be like that. That seems more for TV.
I agree.
Cliffhanger than a film.
I agree. I wouldn't. I mean, not to crap on Scott's theory or nothing. You know, I don't mean no disrespect, but me, even for a TV series, I feel like if you're looking to really shock the shit out of people with an epic return, why would you give it away leading into the next one?
Right. You don't want to blow your load that early, like leading into the next movie. It's kind of like where can the surprise go from there that can defeat that? You know, it's kind of like, no, you want your big surprise to be at the end. You want to leave on, because that's the thing about me, and that's not always the case when you're watching a movie or anything, but the last moments of the movie, how the movie leaves you emotionally and surprised, and that's impactful. But if your movie is great and your climax sucks, and it's kind of like, how often would you really revisit that because it left a bad taste in your mouth? No. You're going to have to leave your man, I'm not trying to use sexual innuendos here. Like I'm trying to use
Do
some
what you gotta-
other terms here, but
do
like
what you
you're gonna
gotta
have to
do,
use
man.
your
Sometimes it's
biggest.
called for it.
You're gonna have to use those sparks, those magical moments as the last impactful thing for your movie to where your mind is blown. Simple fact, simple example of Saw. When that reveal happened, we
Yep.
didn't even know that that was even an option going through it. And that's
Right.
why it was so impactful. And that's
Right.
what I'm saying. It's like, if that, you're not going to want to be like, oh, Stu is alive. Where's it going to go from there? How much higher can your film surprise you in the next movie going into it and knowing that he is alive and this is where it's going?
Right.
I honestly think that you're going to mess up somewhere around the way. You know, either you have him all the way throughout the movie and you're kind of like, this ain't how I wanted my character. I didn't want to see the character like this.
Right.
Or you don't show him at all, and then he shows up again at the end, and it's kind of like, well, we already knew he was alive, so that surprise is gone. So
It's very true.
that's what I'm saying is like,
Yeah, it just takes away from the epicness of what we, even if we believe Stu to be alive, we want the reveal of him alive being epic.
it's
We
got to
don't.
be that. It's got to be the moment to where we don't expect it.
Let's put it this way: you want to feel the same way, if not even more, that you did when you got Stu revealed in '96.
Yeah. Yeah. Perfectly said, buddy. Like, because
Like,
that moment, it was kind of like, oh, we just got surprised with Billy.
yes,
And then we just like, oh, wait. I think that was
right,
more impactful, realizing that Stu was a killer more
right.
than Billy.
It
They
was.
both worked, but I
Yeah,
think Stu's reveal was more surprising, just the way it was.
that's
way it
why
was
they had
handled.
him say it. Surprise, Sydney.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like that. His definitely was more impactful, and it was more impactful because Billy was already painted as a killer the whole movie. He was already painted as such. So when it did reveal him, it's like, oh shit, okay, okay, he faked his death. So damn, he actually was the killer. But then when we get to Stu, it's like, oh, this dude, and there's two of them.
Because he was so
Oh,
likable.
yes, and that's the biggest thing because he was so likable. You didn't
Yeah.
see it coming. And
Yeah.
so many ways, I'd like to argue that you probably even thought Randy would have been more of Billy's partner because of the whole movies, his knowledge, and stuff like that. I don't think you would have thought Stu as a killer because not saying he didn't know movies, he definitely obviously does. He showed that more in the end. But, you know, between him and Randy and stuff, they made Randy the movie guy. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Which is why you could see Randy and Billy kind of meshing together, working more so than Stu and Billy. But then when you get to that reveal, you see just how much chemistry these two really have.
Right.
Like, and it's
And then
it's
the
just incredible.
rewatchability about it, when just to say for one scene alone in the movie store where Randy and Stu are talking, and then Billy comes up, Randy's like trying to explain it to Stu how Billy is the killer. Randy
Yes,
was always ahead of everybody else. He even pinpointed Mickey
Mickey.
in Scream 2.
It's so funny
And
because what they've done with Mindy is they reversed that. Randy was right in the first two. She's been wrong. I mean, well, she was kind of
she was
right.
right about Ethan.
Yeah, she was
just
right about
thought she
Ethan.
was wrong.
She was right about Ethan. You know what I mean? And stuff. So you got to give her credit for that. You know what I mean? But I don't know, man. I just feel like hers, like her whole getting it right, especially at the end, tampered
That
her
was
even
dumb. That
her
was
even
forced
suspected Ethan.
writing. That was
It
so forced.
was.
She should have still been in the hospital or something. Or maybe
Right.
there should have been like an after scene of them all being in the hospital together or something, and they reunite.
Oh
I
no,
don't
they
know.
wasted that on that stupid fucking post credits and scene shit.
That was an afterthought too. That was something that was probably filmed, and they were just like, we're just going to plug this in here just to.
Right. And
You know.
remember, they hyped that up.
They did, and that was stupid as hell. It was like
It was.
you didn't give us anything.
I remember
you gave us a
going.
joke on us.
I remember seeing it at night, at a Thursday night in the theater, and I took my homie Ryan to go see it. And we were about to get up when the movie ended, and I'm just like, "Oh, hold on, wait! There's supposed to be a post-credit scene," and me fucking thinking that, okay, maybe this will be something Stu Macher-ish, you know what I mean, something or Clue or something.
Yeah.
And she comes on and says what she says. I literally looked at him and I said, "Bro, let's just go. Let's just go." He's bugging at me. He's like, "Oh, you wanted to wait for that, huh?" And I'm just like, "That's not what I anticipated."
Dude, I would have loved it if like there was an after scene where they're all like in the hospital. And then
Right.
someone just gets a phone call and it's just like, you thought it was over. It's not over. Or something simple. And it's just kind of like, boom, that's it. Like, I don't know. I'm about to start doing some fan films about the Scream movies, like Cecil is with Nightmare on Elm Street. Seriously, like we're about to have instead of Dylan's New Nightmare, we're about to have like
Bro.
Sydney's Reawakening or something.
Oh, I got plans for Sydney. Don't you worry.
Yeah,
we talked about this. You know, we got plans for Sydney. Don't you worry. I like I said, man, like if I'm going to do a fan film, I want to do something that is going to be different than what we saw in the original. You know what I mean? Like, I don't want to sit there and too far differentiate it, but in terms of like the direction in the story, I do.
Yeah.
And stuff. Yeah, we definitely got to get up on that, man, for sure. And I got to start doing some writing my damn self. I got to find the time to do this shit. But Dino saying Christina Carpenter is going to be like Robito from The Water Boy. Bobby's dad coming back after she gets famous.
Hey, you know what? Hey, Dino, buddy, I was thinking that same thing. Like, oh, he's famous now, so now she wants to come back. Like, not as hammy as that, but the same idea. Like, hey, I want us to be a family now. I want all that. You know, like. I think that could possibly work. It could work as far as like story, and it could work as that person still being a red herring to where we don't know if we really trust them.
Right. Absolutely. Jamie saying, "Oh, it's talking to Duran saying it's okay. I'm obsessed with Twin Peaks. Yeah, it's a great show. It's great, man. And like I told you, Destin, I'm gonna have to have you on here for the 1.5 hour pilot episode of that." So we can break you in. It's a good show, man. Like
I'm a virgin.
Why I think you'll love it, if not love it, like it a lot, and at least admire it, is because of the storytelling and how weird it does get. But it doesn't get weird to where you don't understand it, in my opinion. Okay. You know what I mean? Like you'll catch on, even if it takes you an episode or two to be like, all right, you know what? It'll click, and then you're like, okay, they do a good job for the most part of filling in the gaps.
Yeah, it seems like something that I definitely would get into. It's just like one of those things that, like, especially with TV shows, like if I'm so far behind on something, I'm like, oh, that seems like something that I would like definitely get into. I'm so overwhelmed with the thought that I have to catch up,
right?
All of that I don't even start it. So it's like definitely like I need the spark, bro. So
I got you,
and we'll watch it.
I got you. Yeah, I'm on season 3 now. I want to say I'm on the 3rd episode or whatnot. I got like 15 more episodes to go. So once I clear that shit, that's when I'm gonna, shoot you guys a message and be like, all right, let's, let's get these live watch parties started.
Didn't you tell me that you've seen Harper's Island?
Bro, you put me on to that shit, bro. That shit was great.
Oh, did I put you on to that?
Yes.
That bro, and Mindhunter.
It's so funny. It's so funny because when I started watching Twin Peaks, I literally did the same thing that I did when you put me on to Harper's Island. I watched the first episode and I was like, this shit is good. And I ended up binge watching damn near the entire season, like overnight into the next day.
Yeah.
Like, it's that good. Like, Harper's Island was really, really good. Like,
Yeah, like I want to watch that now. Like I'm so like it's
bro,
on my
it's
mind
good.
all the time. I'm like, I want to revisit that again because that was just such a good show.
Right. I remember I asked Steven about it. I asked him if he's seen it. And he said, "Oh, I have it here on DVD."
Has he seen it though, or does he
Yeah,
just own
he
it?
said, yeah, he's seen it. That's why.
Yeah.
That's why I say
I got
he said he
Steven
loved
to
it
watch
so much.
Mindhunters too, and back
He
in
said
the
he loved
day.
it so much that he had to get the physical media.
Yeah, it is. It's so good, man. I think I have it on physical media too somewhere, but I also own it on digital. And it's just like one of those, and I was like, man, this is like it's I don't know, man. It's like better than some slasher movies. Like it was so good. It was so good.
Scott Walker saying, "I don't care if people believe me or not. Stu was the one that attacked Sydney at the movie studio in Scream 3."
I mean, I would hope so. I mean, like, I think now that it really doesn't matter. I
Right.
don't think anybody's really thinking about it. Back then, if that was the case, he should have been revealed then.
Right. I'll put it this way. If they're going to kind of like retcon, certain things from Scream 3 now, then I guess I'll accept it. But at the same time, for all that, you should have just revealed him a Roman. Or, like, I personally, I don't think so. And the reason why I don't think so is because, not saying Stu wouldn't know the movie set, but he would have to learn all that. And this is what a lot of people are undermining, is that in order for Stu to even know anything about that set, he'd have to be out of costume, like getting a tutorial, you know what I mean? Getting the run through of everything, because he's not going to be rolling up in costume the whole time. And you got to think, the whole Woodsboro murders, you got to think Hollywood is in California.
Yeah.
It's the same state as Woodsboro. This was national headlines. They know what Stu Macher looks like. So again, unless he went and got some crazy plastic surgery,
and we don't want to see him like that.
no, like I just can't, and again, Scott, you're entitled to your opinion, brother. You know what I mean? Like, that's what you feel, that's what you feel.
I've always,
I just don't. Like, I really don't.
I've always thought that, like, what if, like, let's say they're mirroring Scream 3, right?
Yeah.
And they're making a requel or a reboot. I always say that, like, they're making a direct sequel to Stab 1. So this is, like, going to be official Stab 2. But instead of it going into goofy territory, we're going to actually film it in the location of where the victims actually happen. So we got Casey Becker's house. Like, they're going to do a scene there. So pretty much Hollywood comes to Woodsboro.
Yeah.
And it would be cool. It would be really cool if somebody, like, we don't catch it as the audience on the first viewing, but like, oh yeah, we have a special consultant on the film that went through it. We don't know who that is at all.
Right.
There's a special consultant that, like, helped with events or whatever, but we never see this person. We don't know who they're referring to or anything. And then by the end of the movie, it's kind of like, oh shit, it's Stu that was, like, helping with this requel. And that could also, like, lead into his legacy is like, everything's Billy, Billy, Billy. This is about me now.
Right.
And all those sequels suck. So we're going to set it right. I'm going to shine now. Like, I was there from the original. I don't know. Like, I mean, there's just so many different ways that they could go. And I'm probably just, like, hoping on a miracle here or whatever.
Right.
But, I just think that whatever they do, just make it feel organic. Make it feel like it makes sense a little bit. I don't want it to feel forced. That's the thing.
Right.
Oh, Stu's on the scene. Oh yeah, I've been here from the beginning. No, I need more than,
yes, I need
from the
details.
beginning. I need you to understand. I need you to have a plan from XYZ and why you're revealing yourself now.
Right.
That's what I need.
I agree.
So,
I agree, man. Eric's saying the same reason we never saw Charlie's parents or Tatum's parents. Well, we did see Dewey and Tatum's mom for a brief second, or Randy's, or anyone else's, because they aren't important to the story. See, again, that's where I disagree, Eric, because just like Marine in so many ways was important to the overall legacy in the story of Sidney Prescott and the franchise in general, Christina is now to this new timeline. You know what I mean? And the difference is she's alive. She's not dead. You know what I mean? Like, and I just feel like, I mean, could you go without her? Sure. I mean, you've made 2 movies without her in it. You know what I mean? But me personally, I just feel like there's an opportunity there to see it from her lens in the way we didn't get to see it from Marine's lens. You know what I mean? Like, and I'm not sitting there saying I want her to live and, you know, have this crazy happy ending. Hey, if she does, cool. Me personally, I think Christina Carpenter, if she does end up making an appearance in a Scream movie, she's gonna die. You know what I mean?
I don't think she should survive because on several different levels that like either for one, she's not a very good parent as she's been absent all this time. 2, if there was an abusive relationship between the stepdad and Sam, she allowed it to a point.
Right.
All this other awful stuff that's going on, and you're not even calling and checking in or
Right.
or anything like that. Like I think that like if Christina isn't a part of a killer or a cult or whatever, she definitely has to bite the knife by the end of the movie. Like, I think it would be really cool to like, I thought about this as like a scene if maybe stuff starts going down in the next film, right?
Mm-hmm.
And Sam and Tara receive a call from their mom, and this is the first time we've heard the voice of their mom on the phone. And it's like, hey, look, I'm never leaving you again. I'm on my way. I'm on the first flight out. I'm on my way there. And it's like, okay, so you think that she's on her way, right? And then later on in the movie, we find out that it was just Ghostface using that voice emulator.
Right.
And tricking them, but their mom's really dead, you know?
I mean, I personally think, like, especially if we go back to Woodsboro or whatever, or if, you know, Hollywood goes to Woodsboro, one way or another, I think there's potential that Christina Carpenter could be the opening scene kill. Now, I know usually it's, you know, a big name celebrity and all that stuff like that. I get on all that. You know what I mean? But, you know what I mean? Me personally, especially if, you know, you're one like Eric who doesn't feel like Christina's that important to the story. You know what I mean? Maybe you kill her off in the opening scene, and then obviously that draws Samantha and all them back. But then over the course of the movie, because now she is dead, you start to find out more of her secrets, more things that maybe Samantha didn't already know, stuff like that. Like, I wouldn't be against it, but at the same time, I want to see them. I want to see her show up, and I want to see that dynamic of Samantha, Tara, and her play out and see how it's going to end. You know what I mean? To at least a certain degree. You know what I mean? I do want to see that. You know what I mean? Again, like, we didn't get to see Marine. You know what I mean? So I think it would be something a little bit different. Something, you know what I mean, that, you know, we really haven't seen. You know, like, you know, Eric said, and even Dino I seen said in the chat, the parents are pretty non-existent, to be fair, in the Scream franchise.
Except for theirs.
Yeah, like, you know what I mean? Like, but at the same time, when it comes to Marine and Christina, their stories are what makes these new timelines. Like, were these timelines, the old and new? Their stories, their backstories are why, you know, their daughters are being targeted by Ghostface. I mean, so I think that Christina definitely should be in the next one. But would it surprise me if they didn't bring her in? No, it wouldn't.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me either. Honestly, I mean, I think they should do something with the character. Whether it be small or big, they need to. I mean, it's a body count. I mean,
I
they
mean,
could introduce her just to kill her. You know,
yeah,
Ma-
absolutely.
they could introduce her just to hey, I'm on my first flight out, and let's just say this isn't Ghostface, but this is really her. But before
Right.
she gets killed, or when she does land in Woodsboro or whatever, she ends up getting killed, and it's just like, and then that kind of sets Sam off or whatever. Um, I just think that like, I think the main thing that what I think that should happen if they do go back to Woodsboro, I think Martha Meeks needs to die. I think she needs to be the reason why everyone goes back. I say that because they are the core four.
Yeah.
Let's say that Martha Meeks dies, Mindy and Chad needs to go, but Sam and Tara are hesitant. But because they are so close to Mindy and Chad, we're the core four.
Oh,
We stick
especially if
together.
Chad and Tara are still, doing the boogie at that point.
Yeah, yep. And let's say that their relationship has blossomed. And
Right.
um that's more reason why it's like, all right, well, we go there, we go for the funeral, settle some stuff, and we're out. Let's just say we get a funeral scene. We see Sydney, and Sydney's like, I just came here for the funeral. And then, like, before like they could even leave the gravesite, let's just say that they're like lowering the body and they're all like, you know, departing the gravesite, someone gets a call. And
Right.
it's just like they're all together, and it's like, no, none of y'all are leaving, you know?
Right.
Like, uh I don't know, man. Like when I'm thinking about this stuff, I'm just kind of like, man, I want to write. I want to be in the writing room. I want it. Let's just.
Right.
I feel like I could just like really put some stuff that could like feel right in the Scream universe.
Yeah, man. I agree. I like to think we all have some great ideas, especially, from a perspective. We all have different perspectives on how we view certain things, but that's what makes it so great. You know what I mean? Because we know what makes these movies watchable. You know what I mean? We know what makes these movies likable and stuff like that. So there's nothing wrong with putting your own stamp on it and seeing it play out the way you want to and stuff. And I will say this because I have Jerron's comment pulled up here saying Stu's the dad of Tara. I'm telling you again. Then how are you going to explain Stu being in Woodsboro all them years without being noticeable? Like, and then on top of that, you got to ask yourself this question or whatever. Stu and Billy, they're in the papers, you know what I mean, and stuff like that for, the crime. It's public record what they did.
Yeah.
Especially if Tara is going to the house that was supposedly her dad's. Like, I think that she would know about. Like, I just think that would be
And
too known.
even the like the horror movie trivia at the beginning of Scream 5 and them trying
Yes.
to figure it out, it's kind of like it would be too easy. I feel like no, I don't think that feels organic. I don't think that. I mean, cool idea. Not saying that they couldn't go that route, but if they were smart about it, I don't think so. If anything, I think that Stu was related to Amber some way with it being the same house. And maybe Stu was there the entire time. And maybe Stu's like the uncle of Amber or something.
Right.
And the house stayed in the family, you know?
Yeah, I mean, that's
And they
very
hid
possible.
they hid him in the
attic.
like Billy from Black Christmas. Like I don't know why I like honestly, dude, I've thought about making a fan film about something like that. Like Stu being that way in the attic.
That'd be fun. I think. I think that would be some funny shit. I think it
Yeah.
would be good. You know what I mean? Because if you look at his attic, it's like he spent a lot of time up there anyway.
I mean, like they even threw little Easter eggs of him like hanging little dolls.
Yeah,
that
little
I never
dolls and
caught
shit.
on. I never caught on when I first watched that movie. And when Sydney runs through that attic and she's like hitting stuff or whatever, it's just kind of like, oh shit, like he spent some time up there.
Holy shit! How far am I behind in this chat?
It happens, bro.
I'm sorry, y'all. I know I'm like way behind.
Me and Marcus, we can go down rabbit holes and we'll try to be like digging ourselves out of it.
Right, absolutely. And I do want to say this real quick, and it's not to bag on anybody and stuff like that, but please don't spam the chat with the same exact question that we have already asked or asked in previous streams. We try our best to get to the questions as best as we can, but if it's the same one we already asked, please just don't do it. I don't want nobody to get timed out, and I don't want nobody to get blocked for spamming or nothing like that. The only time I want spamming in the chat is when I say, hey guys, I'll allow you to spam this real quick. You know what I mean? Like if we get that, grateful confirmation that Scream 7 is happening and that Nev Campbell is making her epic return, then when I do a live stream, I will say spam Sydney's back, in celebration and stuff like that. But yeah, I don't want a whole lot of spamming or same questions being asked in the chat. Okay, so it does seem like I'm caught up. So I have this interesting theory about Joshua Jackson. Because we know he wants to come back to the Scream franchise. He said it. My theory for him is, you said something about Stab coming to Woodsboro, or no, Hollywood coming to Woodsboro and stuff, right? What if he is the new director of the next Stab movie?
That would be wild. If he was playing the same character from Scream 2?
Yes, and he went on to become a director.
I always thought it was weird that he didn't get more screen time. Like, that was it. Like, you got Sarah Michelle Gellar that got a little bit more and a death scene, and then Joshua Jackson was just like a one and done.
Right.
It was just kind of like, I don't know. Anyways.
And it would make sense because, he did outsmart Randy. He got the line right.
I think he would be... I love the idea. I think he would be a little bit of a distraction.
Okay.
If he was in it too long.
Right. If he's not in it too long, I'm just saying more like he doesn't have to be like a part of the movie, a part of the movie.
It would be cool. Let's just say that he was the director.
Yes.
And he was the new director. He was the new Roman. And
right.
For a moment, as the audience, we all said, oh, it might be the director if they're mirroring Scream 3. But then killed.
Yes.
And then it's kind of like, okay, wait, no, it's not.
Right.
So I
like it, man.
I like him. I think he's perfect to come back. I would like for him to come back.
Right.
Wasn't there something going on? I don't know. Was it Beyond the Mask? Or somebody was saying that in the new script that there's going to be a lot of returning characters. Some of it is for fan service, but some of it is for part of the new story. Like, apparently,
I would have to go watch the video, but I don't think so. I think the last one I saw of him, I just watched it like a day or two ago, or whatever. But yeah, I know he was talking about the rumors surrounding Scream or whatever, that a source of him told him about the script being done, about they want to have it done by next year and stuff like that. The physical media release, we should hear an announcement then. That was the last video I heard that I watched of his that I heard anything Scream related and stuff. So I don't know if, I'll have to go check, but yeah, I don't know nothing about, all these new characters or old characters coming back and stuff like that. But if that's the fucking case, you better fucking bring Jennifer Jolie out of seclusion.
Yeah, somebody.
Like,
I
come
mean,
on.
seriously. And
I
I
mean,
want a I really want a flashback of Dewey. Something that he did that was significant that impacted the new film.
right. I
know?
wouldn't be against that at all. You know what I mean? What would that be though? Like, did he?
I just think it would be so cool to see him save Kirby's life in Scream 4. Like him opening up that basement door and just looking down at her and being like, "We got a live one." And he just goes down there. He's like, "You're gonna be okay." Like calling a paramedic and all that kind of stuff. And that like drove her as a character. That builds her character as that's why I wanted to get into law enforcement because I looked up to Dewey.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, that would make sense, especially to tie in how how they found her and stuff like that. You know what I mean? I don't know, man. I would, for me personally, I'd want something maybe more dramatic. Maybe we do see something from like back in the day that not like all but tells us that Stu is alive or anything, but maybe something that refers to him. Maybe something that refers
Like
to the
he's the
case.
only one that knew, but he
Something.
protected Sydney's peace of mind. He knew he was alive, but he knew he didn't need to tell Sydney
See,
so
I
she
feel
could
like
live in
though.
peace.
See, I feel like though, if that were to happen, then some fans might not like. I'm not say not like Dewey, but they might be a little upset with him because it's like you look at Dewey and it's like he would tell her something like that, and stuff like that. Now, unless and we know this is how it happens, sometimes even in real life, if he was basically forced, with his job to not say anything. You know what I mean? Or basically a piece of paper saying, you can't mention this or whatever, a disclosure or something like that.
Yeah.
Something that kind of, takes it back a little bit to that at least references something of significance, maybe to Stu and stuff like that. Because
But would they have to do like de-aging with Dewey?
I don't think so, because I don't even want to say it has to go that far back, but maybe we get a scene where Stu Macher's mentioned.
Okay.
And maybe it was when Dewey was sheriff and stuff like that and Scream 4 something. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. You know what I mean? But I just want, if he is going to like get a flashback, I don't just want it to be like Gail seeing him in certain, hallucinations. I don't want it to be like, I want it to have an impact. You know what I mean? I just want it to have some type of impact. I don't just want it to be slocked in there.
Yeah.
I will also be happy if Gail got another phone call from Ghostface, but this time, it's Dewey's voice.
Dude. I don't know where I heard that to beginning. It might have been with you. I cannot remember. But man, that is gold. And somebody needs to at least push
I'm about to say, I know me and Bob talked about it a long time ago.
Films. Yeah.
Me and Bob talked about it a long time ago, but as well as Eric, the Bearded Entertainment, a few of us talked about that shit. You know what I mean? Leading into Scream 6, because my hopes was that we were going to see Gail get killed off while she was live on air shooting an episode of her, Good Morning show, and her death be filmed and be live streamed on Times Square. I thought that
I wanted her thrown off the balcony and being like,
oh, that would have been a hell of a fall.
Yeah, dude. That's what instead of him stabbing her, like he decides and he's like, and it just like cuts away and it's just her falling and she just splats.
Right.
And I'm just like, and everyone's like, oh, that's the morning show lady and blah, 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 blah.
Right.
Like, they could have went that dark, but I mean, now Courtney is executive producer and has some creative control.
Right.
She's not going to do that unless whatever. I don't know. That would just think about that scene where she's getting that call and it's like, talking about Dewey and she kind of gets teary-eyed.
Right.
That was Dewey's voice and it was Ghostface like
See?
and we heard that pew You know,
Yep.
that we heard in Scream 5 and at the beginning of Scream 6. We didn't
Yep.
get much of we didn't get any of it throughout
After
Scream 6.
Jason.
But at the beginning of the movie, you listen, pew, it
That's
comes
why I
on.
think that's why I think Jason and them were in cahoots with Richie. They were the only ones who
And
used that.
Kirby.
Man, listen, don't get me started.
Don't get me excited over here.
Yo, listen, and it's funny because and I will bring this up. I don't know if you were in the chat that night, but me and Eric did a Scream 4 scene breakdown live stream a couple weeks ago, or whatever, and we were basically focusing on the Stabathon scene.
Mhm.
And we both and subsequently came to the conclusion, because you know how they said it was Jill who stabbed Gail. Now, we will never really know 100%. Well, I want
I
to
don't
go
think
back.
so.
Hold on. I don't neither. But I want to go back 100% and see how Ghostface was trying to stab Gail. Because in my opinion, if Ghostface is like coming at her from the side like this, then that's Charlie. Because that's how Charlie stabs people. From the side. He likes to do that. You know what I mean? He did it to Robbie. He did it to Olivia. That's his style of killing, in my opinion. Now, I brought this up to Eric or whatever, and I still have it here or whatever, but we came to the conclusion that there could have been two killers in that Stabathon scene, because when the cameras are getting like fogged up by Ghostface, they're covering Gail's cameras, the timing that it would take for one Ghostface to get to each camera, it's impossible how quick it happened. Like, there would at least have to be two killers in that scene. Because you got to think, the first camera that got covered was right in front of the audience or whatever. Then the other camera was right around the side. Then there was a camera upstairs. They're not doing that in a matter of 3 seconds. One person isn't. There has to be at least two.
Or a 30-second delay.
See, and
I'm just kidding.
I actually thought about that, and I don't think that is the case. We don't think that is the case because we think that was a lot, like it was actually live. Even though you see her smacking her thing to see if it's like clonking out, like from what we
I
took
think
of
that was
it,
just like for cinematic purposes, you know?
right?
Like, it looked good on camera, and it was kind of like, oh, somebody's covering up all my cameras.
Well, this is where I debate that though, because if you go back and watch that scene, buddy, or whatever, shortly after Gail gets in her car and right before the cameras get fogged. Now, hold on, I'm gonna show this real quick. So you see all these people right here, right?
Yeah.
Those are the party goers. Look at this one. You see Kirby sitting right next to these people. However,
I never noticed her in the crew. I never noticed her in the group.
Yes. However, right before the cameras get basically covered, she's gone. You don't see her. She has a bird's eye view to that front row camera that Gail put there in front of the audience.
Oh.
And Charlie and Robbie were in the back. So, I mean,
still think it was all Charlie.
I don't know, man. I really don't. You can't. It couldn't have been because there wouldn't have been enough time. You got to think
when it comes to Kirby, I don't want to like, and this is just me. I don't want to believe that she was a killer from the get-go. I want to believe that it's something that developed over time, and now she is. You know?
I mean, get it.
Yeah.
I just feel like that's the direction they're going, man. I really do.
They could.
I really feel that way, especially when you just go back in certain scenes like that one. Especially when you add up the time.
They would have to explain the whole Kirby not knowing that Charlie's a killer and Charlie not knowing that Kirby.
Oh no, they knew. They all knew. They were all together. They were
so Kirby. So Charlie just stabbed Kirby like that.
You know how this shit is, bro. Look how, they weren't cutting each other super deep, but what do Ghostface do to each other for the most part? They stage their shit. You got to make it look real.
But before that, she was on the phone doing the trivia.
Yes, But she also lied to Sidney Prescott in that scene. She said that her Wi-Fi box was smashed or whatever. She said she couldn't get through because the router was smashed and that she couldn't get through to 911 because of the landline. However, she gets a phone call on her cell phone. You see the Wi-Fi bars are fully intact, as well as she could have called 911 from her cell phone if she really was trying to.
Fuck. You just figured out Blue's Clues.
Like, I mean, and I get it, and again, like with the whole trivia thing, because even Eric brought that up, because the way that she, basically acted in that scene, it's still implied as if she kind of acted like a victim. You know what I mean? But we know this. This is how these killers, they actually are thinking they're making a movie. So
Yeah.
it's not impossible to think that, you know what I mean, they're acting in that way. Another thing is, what was the whole purpose of Scream 4? Was to one-up the original, right? What is another way you one-up the original? Go from 2 killers to 3. Why was the final act scene at Kirby's house? She's a fan. She knows the rules.
So you think Jill and Kirby didn't know about each other, but Charlie?
No, I think they all 3 knew about each other, but Jill went rogue. Jill basically, this is how I envision it. After Kirby gets stabbed by Charlie, Charlie goes upstairs. They confront Sidney. They do all that. Kirby, because we know at some point she came in that basement. She came back in the house. We heard it. We heard the door open.
Yeah.
Or whatever. My thing is, now granted, she might not, it would have been difficult for her to talk because she was stabbed. But you couldn't have made no noise when Sidney said Kirby. You couldn't make no noise at all. Nothing. That's one. You know what I mean?
I always thought that was weird.
My thing is this, is when Jill stabs Charlie, I think Kirby is watching from, that's her house. So she knows every fucking room and trap door, whatever, and stuff. She's watching from a distance Jill turn on Charlie. So she's not going to sit there and out herself because the plan, that this wasn't supposed to be the plan. That's how I see it, in so many ways playing out, because Jill subsequently was just all about herself anyway. You know what I mean? Like, it's crazy. Now, I could absolutely be wrong. This is just, me theorizing, but this is just me theorizing from the clues that I take from Scream 4 and stuff, as well as, and I always say this, you know what I mean? Like, and it will never really be explained. But the thing that really stands out to me is when Jill kills her mom, and I do believe Jill's the one who killed her mom because she was closest to the house. The other 2 were at Stabathon and whatever and stuff. However, we know that Kirby is the one to pick Jill up. You know what I mean? We know that for a fact. How else is Jill getting to her house? We didn't see Jill driving in that movie. You know what I mean? Like, and I think personally is after Jill killed her mom, she had Kirby meet her a couple blocks up the street, and then boom, they go back to her house.
I'm thinking my disadvantage, like your advantage and my disadvantage of this entire franchise is Scream 4 is the one that I turn my brain off the most. Like, I don't give it much thought.
Right.
But you're right, dude. The way you're explaining it.
And this is another thing. Is when we were in Cinema Club,
I was kind of like thinking, man, that does kind of make sense.
Bro, like I'm telling you, man, like I just feel like, you know what I mean, in terms of what Scream 4 was supposed to be, what the plan in terms of how Charlie was basically interpreted by Jill as that they were remaking but one-upping the original film. You know what I mean? And to me, the biggest thing, and it isn't even the Kirby clues I found, the biggest thing that stands out to me, if you are going to one-up the original film, you increase the killer count. Because I'm sorry, Jill and Charlie, you know what I mean, alone, they're not one-upping the original because they're not better than Billy or Stu.
They were so small.
Yes.
They were both high school kids that felt like middle school kids.
I can agree with that. But I will say, I mean, why, and you know this, why I like Charlie so much, because he was so aggressive. That was like, to me, the first like really aggressive, mean.
But whenever
Ghostbusters.
whenever like that movie was being advertised, and I was like, "Oh, McCulkin's in this." Oh, my mind immediately went to The Good Son, and I was just like, "They better not do that." And I was just kind of like, I was just hoping, and throughout the movie, I was just kind of like, "Oh, please don't, um, please surprise me." And that might just be me. Not everybody at that time has even knows what The Good Son is.
Right.
And I was just kind of like, me. I watched a few movies, I've taken a few notes,
Right.
and I'm just kind of like, oh man, are they just gonna go with the Psycho McCulkin type thing here?
Right.
And they did. And I was like, oh, like I don't know. It was uneventful for me. And another thing, and it's nothing against the movie. Um, I was spoiled on it before I saw the movie.
What, Scream 4?
Right before I was about to go
Wow.
watch the movie, like a day before, I was told who the killers were, and I was so pissed off. And throughout the movie, I wanted to not believe it.
Right.
And then when it happened, I was like, this should be more impactful
Right.
than it is. It just brought it down for me because I was just I was more mad that I don't know that I let myself almost with Scream 6. I was
Right.
spoiled a week before I was able to see the movie, and I was like, are you kidding me right now? But that was an intentional thing. That was somebody
Right.
that reached out to me personally just to ruin it
Oh
for
yeah.
me.
Oh, I know. There was a couple that tried to do that to me, and I got them out of there quick. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Because I could tell.
I
They
tried to
wouldn't.
avoid it, man, but these guys they attacked me, man.
Fortunately for me, they would talk and say something before they sent the link.
Yeah.
So I already knew once they said, "Oh, did you see the ending?" or something like that, and as soon as I saw that, I'm like, "I know what you're trying to do. It's not happening." Block.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like, and one thing I will say is leading into Scream 7 or whatever, especially like when I want to say maybe closing in on like the last month of the film,
Yeah.
I'm turning off my comments.
Dude, you got to.
I hate to do it, everybody, but I'm going to turn off my comments because I don't want to be spoiled.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
'Cause
I really don't.
I mean, honestly, like when Scream 5 came out, I was doing like Scream theories. There were some other people doing Scream theories.
Right.
Now everybody, even like big YouTubers, are doing Scream theories. And I'm like, damn, this is getting like
It's blown up, bro.
it's blown the hell up. And I'm like, I can't. I'm a one person show. I can't filter through this shit alone. And so I'm gonna have to do that as well. I'm gonna have to turn off the comments. But it wasn't
Yeah.
even a comment that I avoided those comments. They tried to on the comments, and I avoided that.
Right.
This was like a direct message on like Facebook or Instagram. I can't remember. And it was just like first sentence, blah, 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 blah. And I was like, that better not be real. I
Wow.
immediately deleted it. And then it was just kind of like, dude, like
So they
did
basically
this-
made sure they didn't even send you the link. They just told you who it was.
it just told me who it was, like immediately, like the first thing. Killers, Scream 6 killers, blah, names. And I was just like, it was like I could just see the notification. and that's
Right.
what it was. I didn't even have to like click into it. And I was like, I didn't want to believe it. I thought they were full of shit. I hope they were full of shit. And I was like, and then somebody else was saying like something, and I saw something else that
Right.
somebody else posted, and I was like, that was legit. My shit.
Yeah.
That's it. And so the whole movie, I don't know. I think it's a little surprising as much as it could have been. Man, I don't know. It surprised my wife. She was completely surprised with Scream
Oh, wow.
6. She had no idea. She did say, it better not be Ethan. It better not be damn Ethan. I'm going to get really irritated if it wasn't. But then when the reveal happened and it was 3 instead of just him,
Yeah,
it was kind of like, okay, well, that makes up for the. If it
the
was
reveal
just
is him.
Ethan, then it would have been something else. But it still surprised her with the whole Detective Bailey and the sister angle and all that kind of stuff. I think they.
Yeah.
I think they gave too
it
much
away.
screen. I think they gave too much to Ethan in the climax.
I feel like they just gave it away within the first 3 minutes of the movie. I figured it out.
Yeah, as soon as they said brother, I was like,
Yeah, I was like, yep, here we fucking go. I'm like, yep, you're Richie's sister. And
when did they ever do this? Like,
right. Like,
and then we hear Bailey say, "My whole entire family's gone now," and I'm like, what is with this family angle, and why the fuck do we care?
Crying, bro, the crying.
Yeah,
yeah, the worst cry job ever.
I just don't think he's good for a Scream movie. I think that like he would have been a good detective, but he shouldn't have been a predominant role in the movie like he was. Like he should have been like a side detective, like
Wallace,
not Detective Kincaid, but
like Wallace,
like something like that. And it's just kind of like he could be a killer, but we don't know. He's very serious. Like when they got emotional with him and they started,
yeah,
it was kind of like it's too on the nose now. Like,
right. That's what did it for me, man. Was the cry, the tears, and I'm just like, bro, this is so fucking obvious. I'm like, yo, it's him. You know what I mean? Like, and especially when he's like, you fuck with my family, you die. I'm just like,
exactly. And he's like, my whole entire family's gone now, and I'm like, why do we keep emphasizing this whole entire family, and why do we have two roommates that are related to our detective here? Like,
right.
Bailey, you know what I'm saying? Like, I was like,
well, what's interesting though about what you just said is about him saying my whole entire family is gone now. Well, see, this is what they need to fucking clean shit up. Because in that point, in that regard, they're insinuating that his wife is dead too.
Well, that was
and I know that was supposed to be in the original script, but they took it out. But when you imply, that his entire family is gone, you are then implying that his wife is dead.
Yeah.
They got to clean it up, man. They got to, clean that up. Especially, it's just like, listen, and I just did a video about it, and I brought it up to you in a live chat in your stream the other night. The whole fact that in the original script for Scream 6, that basically all the mannequins were supposed to have masks.
Yeah.
That tells me that Charlie and Jill would have had their own separate mask.
Okay.
But in 6, they don't. Bailey says the DNA match to the bodega scene mask is both Charlie Walker and Jill Roberts, meaning they shared the Ghostface mask, meaning that out of 9 mannequins, there are only 8 masks worn by our killers throughout the franchise up until that point, meaning we have an extra mannequin with an extra Ghostface mask out there with an extra robe that is an unrevealed killer, in my opinion.
Which one?
We don't know, because you got to think.
You don't think they were talking about Billy's?
No, because you got to think. Billy and Stu have their own mask. They revealed that in 6, even though I don't think Quinn's mask is really Stu's. Mrs. Loomis and Mickey's mask, they had their own mask, even though we didn't get to see Mickey's mask in Scream 6. Him and Amber's were the only masks of the characters that we did not get to see, or whatever. However, so we go Billy and Stu, that's 2. Mrs. Loomis and Mickey, we know they had their own separate masks, or whatever. Roman Bridger, he's 5 because he's by himself. Then we get Jill and Charlie, but if they wore the same mask, that means 6 masks. Add Amber and Richie or whatever. They had their own separate masks because when Bailey introduces Richie's mask, he doesn't say that Amber's DNA is traced on it like he did with Jill and Charlie. That means there are 8 masks, but 9 mannequins.
I always thought that it was a missed opportunity with all of them surrounding like that.
Mm-hmm.
If all of them were like it, and like maybe the real Scream Killer was like standing next to one of them, so it was like a surprise. Like if the camera was like panning over, it was just kind of like, oh, these are all mannequins, but this one steps out, and it's like it's not, you know,
Right.
Like I thought that would have been cool with whenever Sam was going to kill Bailey, like let it be something like that.
That would have been a lot cooler if she would have just came out from behind the mannequin.
Yeah. And it was kind of like you didn't know which one was her.
Right.
Luckily, he doesn't shoot her, but she steps out and kind of starts stabbing him or whatever. Like I don't know. Like I thought they could have done a little bit more in that scene. But I will be right back. I know I'm not supposed to say that, but I got to go to the little boy's room. But
do what you got to do, brother.
All right. Will do.
All right, so real quick, I do want to say, what's up, Ryan? I hope you're having a great night, man. If you're still here, thank you for stopping in. And I seen you said something about your membership, Ryan. Don't worry nothing about it, man. I'll basically put a pause on it, so you don't got to worry about it. You'll still be viewed as a member and stuff. So you're good, buddy. But thank you for stopping in. I know I'm like way behind in the chat, so I'm going to try my best to catch up here real quick. So Jamie says, oh. Okay, guys. So listen, you know, obviously there does seem to be a little bit tension in the chat, or at least there was, and stuff like that. Guys, you know, listen, let's have respect for one another. Like I said, you know, no spamming and all that stuff. I don't want to have to block anybody. I don't want anybody to feel like they're not welcome here. None of that stuff. You know what I mean? I don't want you guys at each other's heads or anything like that. But I can understand where some people do get frustrated when this chat is being spammed. So let's try to dial it down. No spamming in the chat, and let's all get along, please. Okay, so I know I seen this earlier. I wanted to answer it. Scott says, there's one thing about Tatum I don't understand. Everybody else likes Gail, but not her. Everyone else likes her, but why is Tatum so rude to imagine if she was alive today and see Dewey and Gail married? Me personally, I've never heard anybody say a bad thing about Tatum. I've always been under the impression that Tatum is a big fan favorite. So, yeah, I don't know, Scott. I've never heard of that. I've never heard of anybody hating on Tatum. Okay, so yeah, I'm way fucking behind. So I'm just gonna get forward. Okay, so I'm going to assume. Okay, so Jamie's saying that that's enough. I finally had it. He's obviously trying to be a jerk. I gave him an ample chance to straighten up. Okay, so no, I didn't block anybody. I'm just catching up to this, you guys. So like, I didn't even know what the hell was going on. Okay, so I'm going to assume that Scott was blocked. Can somebody confirm that in the chat? I know Jamie took action. Listen, like, you know, I get it. It's frustrating, you know, somebody spamming in the chat, and if you feel like they're being really ignorant, especially when you warn them, then you do what you guys got to do. That's why you're my modulators. That's why you guys have a Renchi on the channel. You know what I mean? So I appreciate you guys looking out. I don't know. I just hate when that has to happen. You know what I mean? Because I want everybody to be able to come here and feel like this can be a place where they can hang out, talk horror movies and stuff like that. But I also understand that certain, people who do come in the chat, can come in here to be malicious. They can come in here and honestly, this also be quite annoying with saying the same thing and the same, comments and all that stuff. So if that's how how you felt that you had to, block them or put them in timeout, again, I personally, wish it didn't have to come to that. But at the same time, if it had to be done, it had to be done. So, yeah, because I'm just totally clueless. You know what I mean? At least I was totally clueless to about now about what was going on. But hey, if you guys did what you had to do, and I understand. You know what I mean?
What I miss?
Apparently, I'm assuming Scott got blocked or put in timeout, but I'm gonna say blocked because I've seen Jamie say that he won't be back in here.
I trust Jamie. She knows what she's doing.
Oh yeah. Well, see, I mean, see what it is that, and I've been really lenient with it. Everybody knows it. Scott would ask a lot of the same questions and kind of spam the chat, asking the same questions over and over. And there's been multiple live streams where I've literally answered questions that I've answered from streams before.
Same here, dude. Same
here. That does tend to get annoying because that can be seen as spamming. And I'm assuming that when Jamie said something to him about it, he must have got nasty or at least smart enough to where Jamie said, okay, I'm done. He's got to go. You know what I mean? And I'm just like, hey, I hate that to happen. I want anybody to be able to feel like they can come here, talk some horror, get away from, whatever BS they might be going through in their life. But at the same time, I don't want people being a nuisance in the chat neither.
Right.
You know what I mean? So, if my modulators feel like they got to boot somebody, unfortunately, that's just what it is. You know what I mean? Especially if I review it and I feel like it was merit to it. Sorry.
Yeah.
Jamie saying,
I've been dealing with it over on my channel too, dude. So I've kind of taken some action on it.
Jamie said, I felt I was being very nice to him and he was just getting ruder and more aggressive. So I took charge. Yeah, you did what you had to do, Jamie. I'm not mad at you. You know what I mean? You did what you had to do. And I don't want nobody getting aggressive or being ignorant here in this chat. So if people are going to act that way, then they're going to get the boot.
The boot.
Simple. That's right. That's right, Denisha, saying, thanks, sis. We gave him a lot of chances on here. Should have blocked him beforehand, Jamie. We are some good mods. Yeah, I mean, listen, like I said, there's been countless times where I've answered the same question. And, I try to just be mindful that, maybe certain people might not be 100% there. And I'm not saying that's his case. I'm not. You know what I mean? But, you know what I mean? Sometimes that might be the case. So I was trying to be mindful of that and just be like, you know what? It is what it is. I'll answer this question I answered from before. You know what I mean? But it does get taxing. You know what I mean? Yeah. So you guys did what you guys had to do.
Yeah. Y'all are moderators for a reason because we trust y'all.
Right. I'm trying not to laugh.
They're on their last nerve. They're just like,
I'm trying not to laugh, but I don't know why. I could just see Jamie just saying everything she's saying, just as if she was right here on the live stream with us. So, and I could just see her putting some oomph behind it. You know what I mean? Basically cussing him out in so many ways. You know what I mean?
She gonna get him.
That's right. Hey, I understand, Jamie. You know what I mean? Like I said, you know what I mean? Hopefully I don't know if he is 100% blocked, but if he isn't, then maybe I'll say something to him. Be like, listen, Scott, you know what I mean? I want you here. I want you here in the chat. It's like I want everybody in the chat, but you got to stop spamming the same questions and stuff
Buddy,
like that.
I've taken that route.
And it didn't work.
I thought it was gonna do better. I don't really know where the miscommunication is, but
Right.
I don't know, man. It's your channel, so I don't.
Jamie asked me this, and I mean, I don't know how much of a possibility it could be, but she asked me before, did I think if he was a bot? You know, because sometimes bots ask the same questions and stuff like that, and I was like, I really don't know.
He acts like he's from like Australia.
Well, he says he's from Australia. He says from Melbourne.
Yeah. So
Okay.
I don't know. I mean, I just got to the point to where I just kind of like he does ask the same stuff over and over, so I kind of like skipped over it.
Right. And there was a couple times I did that too.
A lot of people reach out to me about him for a long time, and I just didn't take action on it. I was just kind of like, oh, I think he's just misunderstood.
Right. And that's kind of how I feel like I was being too.
And I'm not going to you know what I'm saying? Like I'm not going to keep one to piss off many. I'd rather keep my loyal fandom and my fam, like
absolutely
our main circle, more than keeping one. That's the way I kind of looked at it.
No,
so
I agree with you.
And I gave the opportunity to shape up or ship out.
Right.
Much.
Man, that's some real old school shit right there. I like it.
Yeah. Man, I'm from Mississippi, goddammit.
That's good shit.
We got Tupelo, Mississippi butt whoopings over here.
I know that's right. So do you work in the morning, buddy?
Not early. Not early.
Okay.
Yeah,
so I would say
I'm like a swing shift guy Monday through Thursday.
Got you. So I want to say what we got. How much longer you want to go? Like another 15, 30 minutes?
I'm surprised it's after midnight right now, so I'm actually okay.
All right.
I slept good last night. I had a old man nap today. I'm cool.
All right.
Cool.
All right. So we're good. We'll stay on for a little bit. Hey, I'm good too. I'm wide awake, man. You know what I mean? Surprisingly enough, you know what I mean? Considering I got about a total of like 7 hours sleep in the last 2 days.
Yeah.
But at the same time, when you're having a great conversation, when you've had a great day, you know, I got to have the interview with Cecil. Like I'm fired up, man. So I'm here for it.
That got me fired up for you, dude. I was like, dang, man, this is nice.
Yeah, man. Like that was so cool for him to come on the channel. Like I said, I definitely want to arrange another stream where he's going to come back.
Yeah. Yeah. And that's another thing is like recently, you know, like I just started like doing my live streams back and getting back in the rhythm of things. And I'm kind of like, man, I've missed this so much.
Right.
So.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah. Like, trust me. Listen, when I'm off work, I look forward to doing content and trying to put as many streams together as I can. Like last week, I didn't stream at all or whatever, but that was because I wanted to get some videos caught up that I had in, you know, in my backpack or whatever you want to call it and stuff. And, you know this, Destin, like sometimes, I mean, and I don't think a lot of people understand, you know what I mean? Like we do, is when you want to get a video done, but you also want to get a live stream out there. But the video, sometimes it could take you fucking hours before you get it cut and edit because you're going back through whatever you're watching and you might find this clue, you might find that. Or, you know what I mean, you might end up having something to do in between, you know what I mean, that you get caught up and all that stuff. But sometimes, you know what I mean, making a video, man, this shit could take a while.
Yeah, dude. It really does. Yeah. I mean, like editing is the biggest part. Like, you can film and get it done in 10, 15, 20 minutes, however long it is, but it's going to take you at least 3 hours to really fully edit it. And that's like, being at it full force, like, and not having any breaks in it. That's the way it is. Like, I'm thinking about starting this new segment, like on my channel, as far as like audiobooks, like as far as like animations with um like having like a visual storyboard for all of y'all, but also I'm like narrating it with like
Right.
different voices and stuff like that. But it's like our horror movie, like how I would like to see a sequel to A Nightmare on Elm Street or to
Right.
Scream or
That would be
Halloween.
sick.
But it's like this is how I would want a Halloween movie to go or whatever. And it'd be like a part one, a part two. I'll do it in like small segments, like every, like a 15-minute like animation, but I'm like narrating it and
Right.
showing like how I would want this to go,
Right.
like that's I'm thinking about doing it. Like I'm already like putting some stuff together for something. Um so it's just like the biggest thing that I think that's going to be the challenge is doing the voices for most of the characters. That's it. So
Yeah, that I agree, but I think you could pull it off. You know what I mean? I
yeah,
really do,
I hope
because
so.
if there's one thing, man, especially like when it comes to like doing voices and shit, like when you watch enough movies and you watch them enough times, you tend to get some of the voices down packed.
Yeah,
You know what I mean?
yeah.
Like, I ain't gonna lie. Like, I've watched enough Joe Pesci movies that I'm like, yeah, I can do a pretty good Joe Pesci. You know what I mean? Like, it comes naturally when you watch enough of the movies and
It'd
stuff.
be
So I think
really
you'll
cool.
knock it out the
It's like
park.
if you could really do like an animation, but use it, but create it over on TikTok and
Right.
use the Roger L. Jackson voice that they have over there. Wouldn't that be cool to like make your own Scream movie, but like
Hell yeah.
integrate it with like create it over there, but bring it over to YouTube and like integrate it into your animation. Like there's so many different things that you could do. You just have to use multiple platforms to make it all come together.
Right.
And if you could do that, like it would be a lot of work to make like a full length feature to do something like that. But if you do it in like a part one, a part two, or
Yes.
something like that, I think it's a little bit it's less overwhelming.
I fucking forget. What was that app? I don't know if it's still around or whatever. But there was this app that where they did like full length movies, but they broke them down in parts like that, like 7-8 minute parts. But I fucking forget the app. And the one movie that stuck out to my mind that did that was Free Ray Sean or whatever with Lawrence Fishburne. Skeet Ulrich was in it.
Armored?
No. This was a movie that came out a couple years ago or whatever, and it had Lawrence Fishburne. I forget this fucking guy's name. I think his name is Brian James. I can't remember. All right. So did you ever see 21 Blocks with Chadwick Boseman? The robbery movie?
Is that the one where 21 Bridges, maybe?
21 Bridges. 21 Bridges. There you go.
Okay, yeah. I liked it.
All right. So the one brother man who was the bank robber, the black guy. Remember, it was him and the white guy that were robbing the bank? Yeah, him. The black guy. He plays in this movie called Free Ray Sean with Lawrence Fishburne, to where he plays a retired Army veteran who gets caught up in some shit to where they have a standoff with the police outside of his house. Skeet Ulrich is one of the cops, but it's like a big ass. Yes. Yes, Skeet Ulrich is in it. And bro, the way they did it, the movie in itself is like an hour and a half long, but they broke it down in like 7-8 minute parts on this app. And that's how you were able to watch it.
What app?
I fucking forget. Like, there's an app that does this. Tonight, when we're done or whatever, I'm going to look into it and I'll send you a link for this app. But there's an app that does that shit, bro, to where you break it down into 7 to 10 minute segments, and that's how you can make the movie. Yeah, it's crazy, bro. Like, there's an app that actually does do that shit.
I need to seriously check that out, man. That sounds dope as hell.
Yeah, man. Yeah, absolutely. And real quick, I do want to say, Eric, if you're still in the chat, man, let me know, because then I'll send you a link. You can pop in for a few and stuff while we're still going. I'm just now seeing this, you know, as of a couple minutes ago when I pulled it up. Hey, what's going on, Rob? Rob Olson saying, I've seen the same dumb questions in Killjoy Craven, you guys, and other YouTubers from Yo, man. Yeah, I mean, apparently, listen, you know, I've tried to tolerate it, and my modulators try to tolerate it as best as they could. And there's, you know, come a point where you just can't tolerate, you know, that type of spamming.
Everybody's got a breaking point.
Yeah, that's the true. Man, now that you said it like that, yo, you know, what happened to Brock Willis? I haven't seen him in a little bit.
Dude, I haven't either. I mean, like, I'm pretty, I stay in like texting and everything, but like, I don't know, man. He kind of goes MIA sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes that's how it be. You know what I mean? I hope he's doing well, though. But yeah, you said it like that, and it just made me think of Brock Willis.
Brock Willis. Yeah. He's a good dude, man. Like, he's done a lot for me. And
oh,
did they?
I was waiting for your response. He said, "Did they?" I'm gonna have to check.
Well, can I crash on somebody's couch or bring my air mattress? Because, like, I don't know where I'm going. Like, that's one thing. It's like, I don't know where I'm at. I like to be like close to the hotel or to the convention, to where it's like almost walking distance,
right,
or something like that. Like, just so like I can get to it quick. I mean, it's not completely necessary, but if that is the case,
yeah. I mean,
it's about to be a mess. I don't know.
That's funny as shit. It's about to be a mess. I know that's right. That's sick, bro. If they added him, because I know they're still adding people to the guest list.
Yeah.
That's tight. All right, Eric, I see your comment, my friend. I am going to send you a link. Just let me get it out here and check your Instagram here in a second. And actually, no, Jerron, to answer your question, he is working on my Samantha Carpenter painting. Yes, my girl. You know what I mean? Ugh. Yeah, love me some Samantha Carpenter, to put it nicely. You know what I mean? To put it appropriately.
Man, I've been watching some like interviews with her and stuff like that, and it's just like, I feel like she's finding herself. Like, she's
as an actress,
as a person, as an actress. I'm just kind of like, she's finally like embracing it a little bit, and it's like,
right.
You could almost feel her nervousness taking over that role a bit,
right?
And I'm sure that, like, you know, like the studio and everybody was like, did we make a right choice, you know, here?
Well, see, what's interesting about
like,
you
she
kind of
killed
bringing
it
that
in
up.
Scream 6.
Yeah, well, see, what's interesting, bro, is that according to her, the way her character was supposed to be written in Scream 6 was completely the opposite. And she personally sat down and told them, no, this is how she has to be.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
kudos to her, you know what I mean? Because she definitely stepped it up in Scream 6 for sure. Sometimes you gotta do that.
Yeah, I think I fell in love with her.
Oh man, I've been in love.
No, I'm just saying, like I was like, man, she's a badass. Like,
yes, bro, I've seen that potential.
I don't know where it is, but
I've seen that potential in Scream 5 when she hacked up Richie the way she did.
Yeah. I
Like
mean, I don't know, man. That kind of got me scared a little bit.
shit, ain't got me scared. Put a slice of dice.
I'm
Shit,
just saying, like,
dude,
I was just
listen,
kind of like, I was like, man, I don't know.
bro, slice and dice my fucking ass up, girl. Listen, my ass is gonna be cheesing when I fucking go. I'm not gonna be mad. I ain't gonna be with a sad face. My shit
What
is gonna
about
be.
my movie? Or what about my ending?
Listen, I got my ending. Fuck it. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Like shit. But
At
yeah,
first,
man,
I
like
was
he
kind of
definitely
worried
stepped
because,
it up.
like, right before Scream 6 came out, I saw some interviews, and it seemed like I don't know if she did anything, but like her cheeks and stuff were like really blown out, like big. And I was like, is she going through something or what? But like now she looks okay. So I just thought that like maybe she was going through like an allergic reaction
Oh,
or maybe
wait,
some type of like
where did you see this?
I saw it on like some interviews right before Scream 6, came out, and I was like,
Okay.
what happened? I didn't know if she was like gaining weight or if it was like, and there's no issue with that, but it just like her cheeks were like really puffed out. And I was like, did was she having an allergic reaction or did she take some type of surgery or what? But now in recent things that I've seen her in, she looks healthy. She looks really good.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie to you. I kind of feel how you feel about like the cheekbone structure with Melissa. I feel that way with Hayden. I feel like what
Hayden.
Hayden Panettiere.
Oh,
I
okay.
feel like
She
compared,
does look a little different. Like
yeah,
there's something about it that just doesn't feel
I
she doesn't feel
personally
like
think.
Kirby to me.
Well, I personally think, and I could be wrong, but you know how this gets in Hollywood, with certain additions and stuff. I personally think she got her cheeks done, like her like surgery.
Mm.
That's what I think.
She
Because
could be.
I mean,
She could have.
or you know what I mean, maybe she just you know what I mean gained a little bit more weight, but it didn't seem that way. She looked like the same size as she was in 4.
Yeah. Or it's just her just aging
Getting
a little
older.
bit because you got to think about it. Like Scream 4 is longer
12
than what
years
we
old.
think, you know? We feel like Scream 5 and Scream 6 it was like back to back, but like before Scream 5, what was that?
12 years old.
2011
Yeah,
or
that was 12 years
10?
ago.
Yeah.
Hmm.
Man,
So
I don't
she
want to get
definitely
old,
just could.
dude.
It just could be age. It
I,
definitely could be that. But I definitely do I see a difference in her facial structure.
yeah. Yeah, just a little bit.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But
I felt that too. It was like almost like it didn't almost feel like Kirby, but we know
it
it
is.
is.
Yeah, right. Absolutely. All
Yeah.
right, so let me get this link out to Eric. So, bro, oh, hold on. Holy shit. Okay, so let me get Eric in here because Eric said there's another Easter egg in the sound from the shrine.
Oh yeah, yeah. He just sent that to me too. I'm just not looking at it.
All right, well, Eric, I just sent the link, my brother. So I'll be on the lookout for you. This is going to
And
be interesting.
here we go.
Right. Bro,
The Joker.
this is turning out to be, in terms of like newer Easter eggs, this is turning out to be a lot more better than I thought. Because, like I said before the stream, I got those 2 messages, and I'm just like, man, and especially with that one from the sound from the video in the shrine, Richie's movie, I'm like, man, there's still that's the beautiful thing about stream is even after the fact, when you go back and watch these movies, you will find shit that you missed. You
Yeah.
just will. And they're so subtle. They're so subtle, but if you like really hone in on it, you're like, holy shit, caught that. Like, that's why I love it, man. That's why I love having these conversations about Scream. It's just so much fun, man, because like you always say, Destin, there's so many directions that they can go in.
Yeah, I mean it is. It's man, it's one of those movies that it's like it's one of those franchises that I don't think will never die. It's not ever going to sleep because of
No.
how creative it is. It's always there to grow on the next generation of horror.
Right.
It's going to be able to grow, and that's what makes it so special is that it does have that connection. It has that connection to where, like slashers might not be a thing right now, but it will be in 10 years. We
Right.
might we might reawaken. And if you are going to bring back slashers, you got to bring back Scream. Like, why not?
Right.
I mean,
Absolutely, bro. I personally think just the fandom alone will never let this franchise die.
no, I don't think so either. And it's bigger now than it ever was. And I'm kind of I'm not like salty about it, but I'm kind of like, man, where were all of y'all when I was this Scream fan back in the day? Like,
Right.
I felt like I was alone. I felt alone. Where were y'all? I don't know if anybody else feels that way, but I was like, I felt dumb as hell against all my friends and everybody. Everybody was like, no one gives a shit, and it's just
Right.
like,
No, trust me, buddy. I feel you. And it's so funny because I was having a conversation, and I'm going to bring Eric in here real quick because we do have a knock at the door. What is going on, buddy?
Hey, buddy.
What's going on, man? Thank
How's
you for
it go-
joining us.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Oh,
Uh,
absolutely, man.
I like the way
Destin-
you're stroking that mic.
Well, thank you. By the way, Justin, I know exactly what you're talking about, but my question is, where the hell are all these people when Scream 4 came out and it did horrible?
Ooh, that's a good question.
Because that's why we waited so damn long, because Scream 4 did horrible.
That's true.
But-
Man, Eric
But
brings
that
up
was
that's a
supposed
good
to
point.
that was supposed to be a new trilogy. I think that I think the thing that happened there was like the lack of marketing and
The Weinsteins.
definitely the Weinsteins, but I also think that like everybody, okay, this is what I heard, and I'm just taking this from like this was like from the beginning of like when me and my wife started dating. She knew Scream. She wasn't a Scream fan, but she knew Sydney. She knew all this kind of stuff. When Scream 4 came out, it was one of the first movies we ever went and saw in the theater together. And I remember like her thinking that some of the things were really cheesy. And then she was just like, we're supposed to follow this girl. This is our new Sydney, like talking about Jill.
Right.
And I was just like, yeah, supposedly, like that's how this is supposed to be, is like the new cast. And it was just like, well, none of them lived up to what we wanted or what we had already. So I just think that as like average, like us, we're all like hella fans, right?
Right.
Mm-hmm.
I'm talking about as like an average movie goer. I don't think it resonated with them.
That's fine, I guess.
That's a great point. You know,
But like now the people, those average moviegoers are fans, though.
yeah.
Right.
And in my opinion,
And it was ahead of its time. Like
Yeah,
a lot
that's-
of things that they were trying to comprehend or thought that was like either too much or maybe not enough or whatever. Now it's the norm because that's our society, streaming and doing all this kind of stuff. Back then it was
That is
just kind of
true.
like it's a little bit of a fetch, and then now it's like it's the norm.
Yeah,
It was
I
ahead of its
definitely
time.
agree. I agree, and it's kind of this a little different, but kind of the same thing with Halloween Resurrection with the streaming thing, stuff like that. I think that plot point was a little bit ahead of its time. But yeah, I do think it was a little ahead of its time. I still think though, like in my personal opinion, I think 4 is better than 5 and 6. I'm like of the opinion, like if y'all are on
All right,
board for
Marcus,
this,
kick him out right now.
how in the world do you think?
I'm
5
just
and
kidding,
6
dude.
I'm just saying, how do you think 5 and 6 are better than 4? Like,
I would rather, as I was talking about earlier, there's that rewatchability factor that just there's something about that I would pop in 5 or 6 before 4.
Can I ask you a question?
And I know I've always been in the minority amongst the group. Like 4 was like my least, and I've rewatched it and I just can't find it. You know, it's like it's almost borderline scary movie to me.
It's okay, man. Not everyone can be geniuses.
It's okay. It's all right.
I'm just kidding. Hey, y'all, you want to see something I'm making today for a giveaway?
Hell yeah, let's see.
I'm making the Scream 3 voice changer.
Oh.
Are you gonna put like a speaker in it?
I'm going to put a speaker in the back. These buttons it's going to have a soundboard. So you're going to press them and it's going to play Ghostface quotes from
Why
the
didn't
movie.
you make it silver?
I'm going to paint it silver. This is just the color of filament that I have.
Oh,
This is 3D printed.
okay. All right.
I'm printing another one right now. This was like the test, but I'm gonna have the LED panel in here. So because you know when you see it lit up, I'm gonna have that in there. Gonna have a speaker in the back. So when you press the buttons, it's gonna play different quotes from Ghostface. But
That's tight.
dude, it took me so freaking long to design this. It doesn't take really any time to print, but to design it was kind of crazy.
I'm sure.
That's awesome, man.
Hell yeah, that's amazing. I love it.
Yeah, that's going to be a giveaway. I mean,
How much was the 3D printer?
The one I got? They're not very expensive now. I mean, and that of course is a relative thing. They're expensive compared to other things, but compared to what they were, they've gone down a lot. The one I have is like 380, but it prints really big. If you want to get a smaller printer, you can get one for like $150.
Okay.
That's not bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not bad at all.
Yeah, and like I said, the one I used to have that I print like the Stu Funko Pop right there with the TV head.
Mm-hmm.
That I printed on my old printer. You can do a good amount. The old printer I have, which I think you can get for like $200 even right now. You can print like 9 inches by 9 inches by like 10. But the one I just got, you can print like 12 by 12 by 14. So you could do like full on helmets. Or if you're a nerd, full on lightsabers.
Nice.
Yeah, I just printed this the other day.
Hey, I got a question.
What's up?
If you've seen
Real
any of my
quick,
stream-
Roger L is on the guest list now for Scarefest.
Yeah,
Damn.
my cousin John, he's coming up too. He's coming up on the Saturday. He lives in Tennessee, where I'm from, but he's coming up. And but I was talking to some other people who go to this like every year. They say they said they usually don't even announce like the really big guests till like 2 weeks before. So yeah, and there's already that's a huge convention. Like the number of guests they have already is outrageous.
Well, let's all put our money together. Let's get a suite. Let's get like a nice spot. Airbnb.
Thank you, Jamie. I'll have a couple of them made.
I mean, hey, I'm down for whatever, guys. You know what I mean? If we want to get a suite, it's whatever. You know what I mean? I'm just happy that we hopefully, Destin, you know, you come, but that'd be really cool if we all got to make it.
Well, I know you and I, Marcus, we're already on the list. Like we already got tickets and stuff. Destin, what I was thinking, man, is I'd probably look up a hotel. I'm gonna be driving, so I'll have my car, so I can drive us like where back and forth to the convention. But I think we looked already, and there's a hotel that's not. It was like a 3-minute drive
Yeah.
from the convention.
That's
So
right. That is true. We did look that up. Yeah, it's a drive.
but it was only like a 3-minute drive.
Yeah,
but
it's not.
like,
It's not far.
but I was thinking, man, honestly, we could probably just if y'all want to split it, I'll get the room and y'all can like Venmo me a third of it back, and we'll all split a room. I'm totally cool with that.
Fucking
Yeah.
right. Hell yeah.
Yeah, dude. I mean, whatever's like closest. I feel like whatever's like as convenient as possible to the convention is the best way to go.
Absolutely.
I see
Either
that.
way, guys. I mean, Destin, I hope you can make it, buddy, because this shit. Oh man, this shit has the makings to be a legendary weekend.
Bro,
It sounds like it. It sounds like it because like I mean, honestly, I just want to go to hang out with y'all and
Right.
David Arquette. You got, Roger L. Jackson now. You got Danielle Harris, like
Scout Taylor Compton. You got the
Scott-
the entire cast of Terrifier.
Yep.
Literally, the entire cast is there.
Mm.
Yep.
You also got
I've already met all them. I just met all them.
you've probably already met them, but I haven't. Nick Castle and James Hughes Courtney are both going to be there. So you got the OG and the most recent Michael Myers.
Yeah,
Yep.
Yeah. So,
James-
dude,
James Jude Courtney will hang out with you, like my buddy Nick Rawhead Rex.
Mhm.
He was like slapping. I was like sitting there and we were all like drinking together, and James Jude Courtney was just like slapping like Nick in his chest, and Nick was just like, "This is awesome." I was like, "You're getting your ass whooped by Michael Myers right now."
bro, I'm just saying, if there's anyone to get your ass whipped by, Michael Myers is pretty good. I'm just saying.
Hell yes.
Oh,
Absolutely.
Marcus, remember I took you to that hotel or whatever? We were like all drinking in that hotel bar.
Oh yeah. Yeah. At the Westin.
And James, yeah. James was there, and the lady that
Yep.
played the
nun.
Conjuring, the nun.
Yup. Bonnie Aarons. The guy who played Predator in Prey was there. David
Yep.
Allen Thornton was there. I think Savini was there eating when we got there
Yeah, and then
and stuff. Yeah.
Art the Clown, the guy who plays Art the Clown, and Damien, who was the director, they were all
Oh,
there.
yeah,
drinking
Damian
with us.
Leone. Yeah, dude.
Yep.
Yeah, he's cool.
Yeah, they're all going to be there as well, man. It's going to be a huge convention. I'm going. I don't know when you can purchase photo ops. I was looking at Monster Mania 57 because I already got VIP tickets for that as well, and those photo ops are already on sale.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
I think I'm gonna buy my tickets, and I've gotten so many photo ops. I would get one with David Arquette.
I got to meet
and-
Dewey. Yeah,
Yeah, I got to, and maybe Roger L. Jackson. But as far as like, I'm to the point to where like, I'm done with photo ops. I'm ready to get like a lot of signatures.
so I
You
thought
know.
of. I'm the same way. I thought of something I want to do. I 3D printed a Buck 120. It's
Nice.
completely plastic, and it comes apart. I'm gonna call the convention to make sure I can take it, but I'm gonna print one for each of the ghost faces and see if I can get them to sign it,
Nice.
and then fully like have it displayed. But to answer your Jaron, yeah, that's I met Matthew at Texas Frightmare, got him to autograph that. I do have a
Hell
photo
yeah.
op with him as well. Basically, it's the same. It's literally the exact same thing as me and Jamie, but with Matthew.
Hell yeah, man. Yeah, I want to get his signature as well. I got photos with him or whatever and stuff like that, but I got to get the signature and stuff. And Nev is going to be there, so
Dude, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, here's the thing. It's like, I sound like a fucking
A creeper.
weak ass. No.
Well, I remember last time, bro. You were like, "You think Nev will make out with me?" So I'm just saying.
I never said that.
You did say that not at the convention. Last time we were all on a stream.
I was probably joking. Okay.
I
But
know.
I
just
do
had to
get
throw it out
nervous.
there.
Like okay, so like Nev Campbell or like let's just say Danielle Harris or somebody like or even like I'm not like I don't have the hots for like Heather Langenkamp or anything, but I'm nervous to go up to them because it's just like I don't know what to say. I don't know what's the question I would ask them, so I just don't do it. I just do a photo op and that's it. And so yeah, I don't know. I didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
Did I say that?
You. I mean, Marcus,
I
you got to.
believe
You got to.
so.
Yeah, I was about to
believe
say.
so, buddy. Yes.
And you know what?
Okay,
I'm gonna take it a step further. I'm not gonna reveal anything else, but I will say the reason, at least I know about Scarefest, is because of that conversation. Because another celebrity, good-looking celebrity, was brought up, and how some rumors about them with fans and conventions, and I googled that celebrity and their next convention, and I found Scarefest. Remember, because that's how we're like, oh,
Yep.
she's gonna be at Scarefest. I'm like, and then I'm like, holy crap, look at all these people who are gonna be there. So that's how we.
What the funniest part though is when Eric was when we were talking about it. Eric's like, I think Marcus is looking up Scarefest right now, and I'm just like, I am. Like, I was on it. I was playing games.
Oh yeah, dude, and that's the thing. And now we're all. I mean, I hope you're going, Dustin. I'd love to see that. Don't worry about a room, man. Worst case scenario, like I said, I'll get the room and we can all split it. I don't.
Yeah,
mind.
I've never been there, so I don't really know what to expect. But I can definitely make it. I mean, like,
And
for
I can pick you
sure.
up from the airport if you're flying in. Like I said, I'll have
Yeah.
my car because Marcus and I are driving over.
Yes, sir.
Oh, dude, I appreciate that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, we'll definitely make it work.
I know. I think.
Is it a week before Halloween? What's that?
I think
Yeah.
it's the 20th through the 22nd.
Yep.
So it's
Okay.
like
That's
a week. It's like 9 days before Halloween.
Yep.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. So got plenty of time. Yeah, man. But I Brandon from I Like Scary is going to be there.
What?
Michael from Movies and Beyond is going to be there.
I know Michael's going. So Brandon's going to Scarefest.
I think that's what he told me. Yeah.
Oh, let's go! The whole family's going to basically
Bro,
be there. Almost all of us.
Yeah, there's a lot of us going, and I'm like, I'm so excited for this.
Hell yes, man! This is going to be a great time. It really is. Like, you know what I mean? Like, just outside of even just going to see the people we want to see and stuff like that, just being able to hang out together, you know, meet each other for the first, second time and all that stuff. That's what it's all about for me. You know what I mean? And shit, getting to hang out with you guys. You know what I mean?
Yep.
People that, you know, I do this work with and this content creating, you know, friends, family and stuff. Just being able to, you know, experience these moments with you guys, that's going to be the best part.
Jamie, I saw your comment and you said Dylan McDermott, and for some reason in my head, I got it confused with Dermot Mulroney. And
Wait.
I'm like, Dermot Mulroney's gonna be there.
I heard I just saw a thing where he just walked off The View. I haven't watched
It was for a
why.
good reason though. It was because of the writer's strike. He walked off in support of the writer's strike,
Oh, okay.
which is a good reason to walk off. Like,
Whoa, hold up. Dylan McDermott's going to be there. Yeah, I got to get his autograph or whatever. He's one of my favorite, like, bad guys in TV that I've ever watched.
he was really good on American Horror Story. Like, he was.
Okay.
Yeah,
Really
yeah,
good on American
I've
Story.
met him one time. He's actually smaller than you think he would be.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I saw him before before me and you hung out at Texas Frightmare. I saw him the year before that.
Oh, nice.
Hell yeah.
Y'all
Yeah.
know that Pablo Escobar is going to be there as well, right?
Yes. Hell yeah.
Do you know who that is, Destin?
Remind me.
You know Cocaine Bear?
Oh yeah.
It's the actual bear. Like, it was stuffed. Like, the actual bear that's based on a true story, right?
Yeah.
Well, the actual bear from the 80s that, like, ate the cocaine and had a heart attack, like,
Yeah.
they stuffed it. And it's in a museum, but they're going to have it at the convention.
Oh. So
So
it's going to be like a a selfie spot.
Yeah, kind of, but it's like that's the actual bear that Cocaine Bear was based. Or I'm sorry, I shouldn't say that word. I don't think YouTube likes it, but you know, the actual bear that was off of.
I mean, the way I look at it, I mean, they promote it in ads, you know, leading into the movie. I still see ads for it. So, I mean, it is what it is. You know what I mean?
I didn't know how you felt about it on your channel. I know Steven Craven's a little
yeah.
he doesn't like it. And I understand his channel, can't say anything about it, but yeah.
Right.
I always
Yeah,
like feel
absolutely.
bad. Like if I'm a guest on Craven's channel, like if I cuss or something, I'm like, probably shouldn't have said that. Like
Right.
I like catch myself right after.
Right. I'm not even gonna lie. I do my best to like not swear, if anything at all, on Steven's channel because I know he doesn't like it, and I try to have that respect. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Sometimes, you know, it happens, you know what I mean, and stuff like that. But for the most part, surprisingly, I do a pretty good job of not going off, you know what I mean, and stuff like that.
Yeah.
But Eric, I want to ask you, man. So, what is this other sound from the shrine?
Bro, okay, I was just thinking of it too. Okay, so I'm gonna have to find it and clip it and like do something. But there's a spot where Samantha is standing still, and there's like just the shortest little lull in the dialogue, and in the background you can hear Stu from the first movie saying, "My mom and dad are gonna be so mad at me."
Ooh.
You can hear that exact line in the background, and like it's not someone else recreating it. It's like Stu actually saying it.
Bro. Wow.
Yeah, I'm gonna give credit to Brett James Bishop if he's listening. He's the one who pointed it out to me, and then like went through and slowed it down and like found it. I'll have to find it again and clip it, but you can very clearly make out Stu Macher in the background saying, "My mom and dad are going to be so mad at me."
Wow.
So,
okay. Wow. All right. Well, man, I'm at a loss for words. Wow, that's interesting. Destin, what like? Because I believe it, you know what I mean, and I can't wait to listen to it. What do you take from that, man? Like, if it's not part, especially of Richie's what is it called, fan film? Why else would that sound like? Why else would Stu's line be recited in that scene, especially if it's in his voice from Matthew Lillard?
I don't have an answer. I want to listen to it though.
Right.
I have not heard it yet.
Wow.
So
like, that's interesting, man. Yeah, I want to.
That's what I was like looking at. I was like, man, I feel like I want to bring up that scene like right now.
Me too. Like, yeah, like, oh no, hold on, I might have to.
yeah, man, I sorry, I was actually, Jerron, I do actually have a photo with Matthew. Yes, like I said, it's the exact same one as that one. I just don't know where I placed it right now.
Okay, so Eric, you said that this, where was this exactly? Like, it's in the shrine, but like, you said there was like when they're all talking, like there was a lull in the dialogue.
It's like during the action. Give me a minute. I'll see if I can find it. I mean, y'all feel free to look too.
Yeah.
And it's in the background. There's just this. Oh, you know what it was? Hold on. I think I know. Let me pull it up here because I think I remember more specifically now.
Oh yeah, absolutely, Dino. You know, we just, we try to have a lot of respect though, because Steven doesn't like it, and that's just a respectful thing. Somebody doesn't like certain things on their channel, you try to respect it as best as you can. Yeah, I know, Dino. I can't wait to meet Pablo Escobar. I'm definitely taking a picture with Pablo.
Oh yeah, man. If I best believe I'm taking a picture with Pablo Escobar. Oh man.
Oh yeah, Jerron. Yeah, absolutely. Nev and Matthew dated, right after 96 or whatever Scream was filmed. Yup. They actually showed up at, I forget what exact awards show it was, but Scream got an award for like best new hit movie or whatever this and that new horror movie, and Matthew and Nev showed up there together and stuff, and basically was standing side by side together on stage. So yeah. Man, that's crazy though. Like I said, Dylan McDermott, because I ain't gonna lie, I like Law and Order. You know what I mean? I like the new one with fucking Chris Maloney, the organized crime, and Dylan McDermott was the villain in the first basically season and a half, 2 seasons, and he absolutely bodied that role. Like he was miraculous in my opinion. Like he was so good because he was so sly at being a sleazeball, but he was an entertaining and a tactical sleazeball. Like this guy, he would do some shit or whatever, but his acting skills for that role was so great in my opinion. Like I gotta get his autograph.
Bro, speaking of Christopher Maloney, you want to know one of the craziest roles that he's been in that I had when I heard it, I was like, that's him? You remember Harold and Kumar Go to White Castle?
Yeah, I know. I know what you're talking about. Yup.
Dude in the truck?
Yup.
With the boils on his neck and stuff?
Yup.
That's him. That's Christopher Maloney.
Yup.
Bro, what in the world?
He also, I think in Guantanamo Bay, he played a Klan member too.
Oh, I don't remember that one.
Yeah, he played a Klan member too.
That was the best one.
What, Guantanamo Bay?
Yeah, that was the best
Yeah,
one.
it was. It was better than the first one.
The comedy
But
was just like,
I know who you're talking about, Eric. The character's name is Freak Show.
Yo, that's his name. Oh. All right, y'all. I got the movie pulled up here. I'm gonna have to mute y'all for just 1 second.
Yeah, no doubt.
But I'm gonna find it. I think I know exactly where it is. But give me 1 second.
All right.
yeah, I'm watching the climax of it.
Yeah, I'm about to take a look at it too. Oh, shit. Okay. Yeah, I can't tell. Yeah, let me know exactly what scene it's at. Like a timestamp. That's interesting. Wow.
Man, it's so damn cringy to watch.
What, Dermot?
Yeah. Like not watching the rest of the movie and then just watching this.
Man, I can't lie. Like I said, he was obvious and stuff, but I'm not gonna lie. In the final act, he made me laugh. You know what I mean? So I can live with it just off that fact. I know he was over the top and it was kind of cringy, but I actually kind of liked it. It was funny as hell. Oh man. Hold on. Hold on. Okay, now I'm seeing this. Okay. Dino says in Scream 5 when Vince gets stabbed, wasn't there a thing where they said you can hear Ghostface say, "Nobody gets in my car," as in Vince was driving Stu's car? Did you guys hear about that? Yeah, I did hear like a rumor about that. And I'm kind of glad you brought it up now because I kind of want to go back and listen and see if that's true. But I never really looked much into it. I don't know why. You know what I mean? I honestly just didn't think it was much to it, but maybe I'll have to revisit that. Jerron saying, damn, no, I didn't, Dino, but look at the hood catch. Yeah, I don't know, man. We'll see. I'm going to go back and rewatch that scene too later.
All right, I found it.
Okay.
Okay, so right as Detective Bailey is like yelling at Sam, like this is when they're like right after they're first unveiled, before any of the action
Right.
actually starts. He said, "It wasn't until I saw a photo of you of him, what you've
What
done
you
to him,
did to him.
that I
Yeah.
knew you had to die. You had to be punished." Right
Right.
after he says you had to be punished, listen in the background. You can hear Stu Macher saying, like, "My mom and dad are going to be so mad at me."
Okay. So I'm going to mute my mic so I can hear it or whatever. If you guys just want to rap a little bit or whatever, you know what I mean? Talk to the chat, but I'm going to definitely check this out.
It's 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 12 seconds.
Okay.
Dude, listen in the background. You can hear it. All right. Yeah, it's you can hear him in the background saying it. It's pretty crazy. Are you watching it right now too, Destin?
Yeah.
Oh.
I already watched that part, but I didn't catch it.
Right after he says it, just listen closely. Quiet.
Okay.
Did you hear it?
I'm still pulling it up now. I was trying to listen to it on YouTube from my phone, but they only had like basically highlights of they didn't have the entire like final act.
Oh man, yeah.
I'm watching it right now. I'm trying to.
Okay, because this
Like I
is
said, 1 hour, 43 minutes, and 12 seconds. Or like 1 hour and 43 minutes, and you should be good.
All right, I'm at 140, 120.
Yeah, go to 143. You'll hear it.
okay.
You said 143 what?
Just go to 143 and listen from there. And right after he says, along with anyone who stands in our way, listen really closely. It's right before Quinn says, "There she is. There's the killer."
Oh, I heard something.
Yeah, just go back like 10 seconds and listen again, man. It's him.
What's it supposed to say?
It's Stu saying my mom and dad are gonna be so mad at me.
It does say that.
Yeah, bro, that's Stu Macher saying my mom and dad are gonna be so mad at me.
Why?
It's Stu in the background. Like that's from Richie's movie. It's supposed to be from Richie's movie, but just like Richie saying everything, like the opening line from between Casey Becker, like there's some stuff, and that part might have been in the Stab movie because like Sydney knew what he said, obviously, so Sydney could have told Gale what he said. Now the Casey Becker stuff is different. No one knew what Casey Becker said to Ghostface. No one knew what Ghostface said to Casey Becker except for Ghostface and Casey Becker, and only one of them is truly confirmed dead, and she was hung up in a tree. So, just saying, that's another Stu clue in the movie.
Yeah, I heard it.
You heard it?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
you
didn't-
hear it. It's clear as day. And see, yeah, could Sydney have told Gail, and she put it in the movie? Possibly, but I feel like if that, well, see, yeah, the Casey Becker they would have known. But I feel like just how disconnected it seems Sydney was from Gail and Scream 2. I don't know. You know what I mean? And stuff like it's up in the air. It's 50-50. You know what I mean? But that's huge. You know what I mean? Because why would that be in Richie's fan film? You know what I mean? Like, and we know for a fact that with the Stab movies, they changed some of the dialogue.
Yeah. Really quick, Dino, on my copy, it was 1 hour and 43 minutes. Just go to 1 hour and 43 and let that audio play. As soon as Detective Bailey stops talking,
Mm-hmm.
you can hear it. It's really quick and it's in the background, but if you listen, you can hear Stu Macher say, "My mom and dad are gonna be so mad at me."
Yes, he does. You can hear it, especially like when Eric says, you got to catch it when Bailey stops talking and really press whatever you have, computer, phone, really put it up to your ear, because then in that split moment, you'll hear it faded out in the background. But you'll hear it really clear.
Yeah, it's there, man. Like,
Yeah.
Wow.
it's another
That's-
Stu clue.
Wow. Crazy, man. It's amazing. It
crazy.
really is. It is. You know what I mean? Just like, I believe what Andrew said to me earlier about, the Casey Becker scene. Like, that totally blew by my head when that scene came up, when the projector comes on and, you start hearing, whatever Richie and them are saying. But I never paid attention to it like that or whatever. And then when I did, and I heard, shut up, you little bitch. You hang up on me again, I'll gut you like a fish. And I'm like, hold up. I said, that's not the dialogue from Stab. Like, not by a long shot. Like, you go back and rewatch Scream 2 and you watch that scene with Heather Graham as Casey Becker, that dialogue is nowhere near the dialogue what we got in Scream.
Yeah.
And it wouldn't have been because, like, as I said, no one knew about that.
No one knew. Yeah.
Gail wrote the book. Gail didn't have that knowledge, so she could piece together some stuff, obviously, because she could piece together what other people told her about what Ghostface said.
Right.
However, that was the first time, so no one was on the lookout, and I very seriously doubt they couldn't have recorded the call or anything. So, yeah, man, there's some stuff there where once you think about it, you're like, I don't know how that's working, y'all.
Right. That's crazy, man. Like,
I was just like, hey, there's another clue there's another Stu Macher little Easter egg in there.
Hell yeah, man. Thank you for running that by me and stuff. And me and Destin, like, I probably wouldn't have known about that if he didn't. Like, you know what I mean? Like, I wasn't expecting that at all. That's incredible. That's crazy. Like, man, like, why are they doing this?
Bro, it's gotta lead to
It's
something.
got to.
It's gotta have a payoff. And because here's the thing, when it was brought up in Scream 5,
Mm-hmm.
now there were 2 mentions of Stu in Scream 5. You had the video, was he really dead? Or did the real life Stu Macher survive?
Yeah.
And then you had Dewey. Now, when that happened, a lot of people who were against Stu coming back, they all said the same thing. They said it was just a joke. They're trolling the Stu truthers. And you know what? If they would have stopped there, I would have been like, maybe they are. But then they come back and do it again. They double down on it because there's so many mentions of Stu. There's so many more in Scream 6. And you can't use the same thing. Oh, they're still just trolling the Stu truthers. I'm like, okay, so they're just going to say the same joke over and over again?
Right.
Bro, come on now. Like,
right. There's too many. There's just too many clues, man. It's far too many. You know, like, and if they don't have a payoff to where it's him, it's like I would not be satisfied if Leslie Macher is revealed. No, you've got to have it be Stu. You done came this far. You done added this many little subtle breadcrumbs. You might as well pay it off with having him be the one to reveal himself. But you do it in a way, which might be asking for a lot, but you do it in a way where it makes sense, and the writing has to be damn near supreme.
You know something I want for Scream 7? I haven't heard anyone else say this, talk about it. And it's kind of a weird thing, but you know what I want to see in Scream 7?
What you want to see, buddy?
So first of all, Chad get attacked again. However, before he can actually be put down, I want Martha Meeks Martin, his mom, and Randy's sister to come out of nowhere and just like go psycho on whoever it is hurting her child and just destroy them. Like a mother's rage. I want to see that. Like, I want to see her almost decapitated Ghostface for hurting her child.
Without.
Bro, I want to see that because, like, she's so nice and cute and small.
Right.
But like a mother, if a mother's love for her children, if someone goes to harm those children, they will turn.
Right.
And there's a lot of discussion about parents in the Scream movies, and honestly, I don't think there's too many good parents in the Scream movies. I think there's a couple of exceptions to that.
Right.
I think Judy Hicks was a good parent.
Yeah.
The only time outside of normal activities that I know of, like school and stuff, that she left her child out of her sight, he was at home in their house where he was supposed to be safe. Right. And the only place she was just going to get him food. She seemed like she was a very attentive parent. She got him some, like, what was it, mace or something, or a taser.
Yeah, taser.
Like, he was aware. Like, so him, Judy Hicks, good parent. And Sydney, I guess. Sydney's a good parent. She's keeping her kids away from this stuff.
Yeah.
Tatum's mom was a good parent.
Was she? Was she? She let her child go to an unsupervised rager while a serial killer was operating in her city.
But her son was also a cop that was going to be there to protect. Looking over.
She didn't know that.
How do you know she didn't know that?
I'm just saying. Still, in that case, 2 of her kids are at risk. One of them electively, because the cop, he had to be there. Man, I'm just saying, she's like mediocre at best.
Billy's dad was cool.
Oh man, trying to think. There was actually one.
Speaking of which, speaking of like, parents and stuff like that, I mean, what is the likelihood we get Hank Loomis back in Scream 7?
Bro, that would be interesting because they could take that so many different ways.
Right.
Like honestly, I would rather Hank Loomis than Christina Carpenter because Hank Loomis, at this point, we already know the relationship between Christina Carpenter and Sam and Tara. Like we know the state of it because they very clearly told us. We have no clue how Sam would react to her grandfather. Would she even want him to be in her life? Would she even claim him as a grandfather? We have no clue how he would feel about her. He could hate her because that's could be seen as another negative thing toward the Loomis name. He could love her and think that she's she's a positive light on the Loomis name.
Right.
There's so many places that could go. Bro, I would.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm down for it. I would like to see good old Hank Loomis come back. You know what I mean? I mean, it's still viable for him to be alive, so, man, I don't know. So with the recent rumors, right, that have came out for Scream 7, with the studio wanting it to be released next year, supposedly the script is done, all that good stuff. What is the likelihood we do get Scream 7 next year? And if so next year, don't you think it would now, given where we are at right now in 2023, wouldn't they almost have to maybe drop the film in the back half of winter, kind of like an homage to Scream 96, which came out the 20th of December? Like, I think unless they already have everything lined up and they know everybody's coming back, including Nev, given, with filming and all that stuff, when do you think this movie would be released?
Okay, first of all, I'm going to throw out my first thought on this. I think there is 0% chance the movie comes out next year. I'm going to throw that out now.
I'm hoping it's not. I want them to take their time with it.
Oh, yeah, I don't think it's coming out next year. I don't think it is. The script, I don't think there's a script that's done. I don't at all. Because both the writers for Scream 5 and Scream 6, let me rephrase. If it's written by the same two people, then there's no way I think that the script is done. There's a writer strike going on. Both the writers are active on other projects. Right. So I don't think there's a way. And when Scream 6 was greenlit, obviously, I've said this before, the weekend that the trailer for Scream 5 came out, the studio announced to the public that it was greenlit, a week after Scream 5 hit theaters? If they already had a script written, why would the studio not have announced it yet?
Good point.
So I don't think the script is done. And here's the thing, that rumor that came out, I saw posted on a couple Scream Twitter pages. I think I forget every bullet point, but it said script is finished. Hope to announcement hopefully in June or July with the physical media release.
Yeah, all that. Yeah.
The studio really wants Nev back. Unsure if she'll come back. Here's the thing: if the script is done and they want Nev back, well, that would assume the script includes Nev, correct?
Right. Yes.
Well, if Nev isn't coming back, that means a new script or changing the script, which means rewrites before anything else can happen.
That's true.
Bro, it took them 16 months from inception or from green light to theater for Scream 6. And that's fast.
Yeah.
So if they got a green light today, it still wouldn't be out next year. And that's assuming because Radio Silence had no other projects to work on between then.
Right.
So now they've got other projects. Melissa Barrera's got other projects she's working on. By the way,
That's
you
crazy.
said Sam, you said Melissa's your girl. There's a series, Spanish drama series called Vida.
Uh
I'm just saying, there's some scenes in that show you should watch.
huh. Okay. I'll take that advice.
Yeah, I'm not gonna say it. I'm not gonna say anything extra. You're just gonna see a lot of Sam Carpenter. That's all I'm throwing
Okay.
out there.
All right. It sounds good to me.
Anyways, she's got other projects. They just officially gave a release date for Beetlejuice 2 next year, which Jenna Ortega is filming. Then Jenna Ortega also has to film
Iron Man.
Wednesday season 2.
Yep.
So like there's so many things going on right now that would prevent this movie from coming out next year. And for me, it goes the biggest thing goes back to a script because they could make a Scream 7. They could absolutely make a Scream 7 and get it out next year. Not using the same directors, the same writers, or the same cast. If they want to keep all three of those things, it will not be out next year.
I agree. I agree with that. And that's why I want them to wait, you know what I mean, till 2025 at the least, you know, and stuff to give them these guys their time to do their other projects and maybe, you know, in between that, have time to, you know, get the movie done or whatever and stuff. But you make some excellent points, especially with this writer strike going on. Like, unless you already had a script done midway through like Scream 6, and that's the one you're really gonna stick with for 7, yeah, I have to maybe lean towards where you're going that the script isn't done like they say it is, or at least almost done.
And the way Radio Silence
I think they
said-
got a pitch. I think they got like an idea of what they want to do.
Right.
And I don't think it's a fully fleshed out script.
Yeah, and there's such a huge difference between those things, though.
Yeah.
And if you try to start production with an unfinished script, you're going to have a shitty movie. You really
It
are.
happens though.
It does happen, and
And
you know
there
when
has been successes.
Yeah, there has been, but there's been a lot more failures. And I mean, what's the lowest ranking movie in the franchise?
I'd have to say 5.
And
3.
Scream? No, it's Scream 3. Yeah. Guess what they were doing during Scream 3? Writing it at the same time they were filming it.
Yeah.
While we love the movie, you can't deny the general audience perception of the movie.
That's
And
true.
I think that has something to do with it. And I'm sure they do have a pitch. You're absolutely right. I don't think they had no ideas for Scream 7. However, when Radio Silence was doing interviews, the way they laid it out was whenever the green light came for Scream 7, Radio Silence still wasn't involved. Guy and James, they went off by themselves to write it. And that's where it starts. So whenever the green light happens, Radio Silence is still out of the loop. They can be doing whatever. But Guy and James have to be focused on that, but they're writing other things right now. Actually, they're not writing at all right now because of the writer's strike. If they're writing a script right now and they turn it in, they will get blacklisted in Hollywood by the writers union. Like, it's I think people underestimate how serious of an issue that is. But I mean, here's the thing: if it comes out next year, believe me, I'm not going to be mad that I get Scream 7 sooner.
Right.
But I don't see it. Honestly, I don't see Scream 7 happening before 2026.
That's interesting. So you think it's going to be 3 years as opposed to 2?
Well, then that means that, honestly, I think if it is 2026, we're going to see a drop in sales.
Maybe, but I just think because Radio
It's too
Silence
far
has
off.
they've got 2 movies, man. They've got this Universal monster movie, but they also got what was Escape from New York 2 or the sequel or whatever. Or remake or whatever they're doing. So they got 2 movies lined up before they can focus. Here's the thing. That assumption, 2026, is taken into account Radio Silence returning and James and Guy returning to write. If you want a Scream 7 that doesn't have the same writers, doesn't have the same directors, and potentially not the same cast, you could get one out next year. Hell, you could probably get a great one out next year. It would be for lack of a better word, a disjointed story. It wouldn't be connected to Sam and Tara.
Right.
Okay,
And-
so let's say that they can't come back. Who would you want to sit in the chair?
To direct?
Yeah.
Man, that's such a dude. There's so many people. That would be good. James Wan, I'll throw him out there.
That's interesting.
I like that, but I don't know if he would be right for Scream.
Bro, here's something I thought, and I had this discussion with Craven, and I'm not sure. I might have told you all about this, but when Quentin Tarantino writes characters, like he develops those characters so well,
Right.
and like he's so attentive to details. So I brought up, I'm like, what if we got Quentin Tarantino to develop the story, but have someone else write the dialogue? Because that's the thing. Quentin Tarantino's dialogue, it's absolutely amazing. There's a reason he's won multiple Best Writing Oscars, but it doesn't fit a Scream film. However, his attention to detail and his storytelling capabilities are undeniable. So you get him to develop the story while you have someone else write dialogue. Bro, I think you could have an amazing movie. Or you know what? Hell, if Kevin Williamson is available, bring back the GOAT.
Wow.
Just saying.
I mean, what he was supposed to come back for Scream 3, right?
Yeah, he had written a treatment for it, but
Yeah,
because they had to
right.
change it, he then had other
Other obligations.
yeah. So
Wow. Yeah.
What do y'all
I would
think
look out for
about-
Kevin Williamson to return?
What do y'all think about Kevin Williamson help writing it and Robert Rodriguez directing it, like Faculty?
I wouldn't be against it.
yeah, man, I wouldn't be against that at all.
I wouldn't. No, hell no. That'd be great. And then you think?
I thought they were a great duo.
It would be a nice tie-in because Robert Rodriguez did the first Stab movie.
Yeah, that's right. On the posters, he directed the first Stab movie.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, I think that like if it's done right, the way the attention to detail as far as characters and stuff like that, that was one movie that you really did care about the characters. I was just kind of like, I like this group. Like, I like everybody here. I want to feel that again, just
Right.
like the first Scream movie. You know, I think it. I mean, I don't know. I think it could work. You know, it worked already before it. Maybe the Faculty wasn't a success financially, but doesn't mean that they can't try that again and be a success with Scream.
Oh yeah, you
Right.
can't deny the cult following of the Faculty now. It's such a good movie.
Yeah.
Yeah.
that's a great movie.
It wasn't the movie's fault wasn't on the filmmaking or the writing or anything like that. It just didn't do good financially. It
And
was ahead of
there's-
its time.
Another movie that was ahead of its time. Yeah,
Yeah.
man, I don't know. I just want a really good story, and
I do too.
I
Right.
want attention to detail. If you bring in, at this point, I'm really, I want I'm going to throw this out there. I know some people don't like it. I want Sydney for one final movie. I used to say that I don't think it's a Scream movie without Sydney, but I've kind of taken that. I've kind of stepped away from that. I want Sydney for one final movie.
I still feel that way.
That it's not Scream without Sydney.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, and I mean, there's a justification for that. Or there's some reasons you could throw out that I can't disregard. Like, and I want her presence to always be there, but I don't think Sydney necessarily has to be in the movies. At this point, but I think she has to. I think you got to have one more with Sydney to fully let her go. Like for her to like, I want a legitimate passing of the torch. Like that whole Amber thing, talking about passing of the torch and making jokes out of it. I think that's a legitimate thing, and I would love to have something where Sam and Sydney side by side, or Sydney's getting attacked. Ghostface looks like they're going to get the better of him, but Sam saves her. Something like that, and that like something like that where you see Sydney like doesn't even have to say it, but you like there's that look, and you know Sydney's like,
you got
all
it.
right, you got it from here. You don't need like y'all don't need Sydney Prescott to protect you. You're a badass now, so Ghostface is going to come after you. They're not going to care about me anymore. Like, you know, something like that. Because Sydney does have kids, and she
And
left
that
her
could
kids.
be 20 years later, and we got Sydney's kids.
You could
and-
do that, like
Yeah, and we could do a whole Jamie Lee Curtis with a daughter and granddaughter like they just did.
bro. You could make that work. I just for now, I think it would be okay after Sydney gets her actual good good. And I said this, I don't know whose stream I was on. I might have been on one of my streams, honestly. Do y'all remember Scream 3?
Never heard of it.
At the end of the movie,
I'm just kidding.
when Sydney and Detective McDreamy and Dewey and Gale are going into the living room to watch the movie. Sydney sees the door blow open with the wind, but she doesn't care. She's content. She feels like she has that peace.
Right.
I didn't get that with Scream 5. Like, I'm not done with Sydney's story till I get that feeling again. You give Sydney that again, and then I'll say she's got her happy ending, because that was the only happy ending we've ever gotten for Sydney. And if they would have stopped it there, as much as I love the rest of the Scream movies, if they would have stopped it there, that would have been a perfect trilogy in my opinion. I couldn't have complained, because that was a legitimate happy ending for Sydney. So I want them to do that again. Maybe going home, maybe after the events, the craziness that we see for Scream 7, you see her driving home and her kids come out and she gives them a big hug, and you see her walking into the house with her kids and her husband. Like, show me that. That's a happy ending.
Yeah.
Like,
I agree.
And that's when I'll say Sydney's riding off into the sunset.
I think also, though, why it didn't feel that way in Scream 5, and, you know, I could be wrong, but Nev even herself has said there's still more story to be told with the Sydney Prescott character.
Oh, yeah, there's a ton they could do with the character.
Yeah, and she said that she, you know, wants to explore that, you know, and coming back to Scream 7 possibly and all that stuff or whatever. And, man, because of that ending in Scream 3, and then we did get Scream 4 and how everything played out there, what is this? What more is there to tell with this character? Especially if she's not even the main target anymore. And it's not to say I don't want to see Sydney back. It's not to say I don't want to see Nev in the film. I definitely do. But, like, outside of, you know, the whole Stu Macher and her, you know, one last showdown thing, what other story is there to tell with that character? Like, Is there more secrets from Marine that we don't know about? Like what? What? Like it just fascinates me that she says there's still more story. Like her story's not finished. Like, what
I
do you guys
think
think about that? Like,
I think there's more people who would want to attack Sydney.
I don't think it's ever going to end.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, you got to realize all this stuff. It may be finished in terms of the past.
right?
Like, Marine's gone. All her secrets, all of her skeletons are out of the closet. However, you have an entire film, like franchise worth of fans, but like toxic fans
Right.
who are obsessed with the character. So it just like Richie. Richie never may have been intending to target Sydney, but you saw the look in his eyes when he realized the Sydney Prescott was there.
Yeah.
And just imagine how many more of those people there are. Like
Good point.
there, so like I said, all the past may have been done, or may have come to light, but there's still so much that could happen. And she has kids now. Someone threatened her kids. Her husband is, presumably still a detective. So, oh, by the way, I heard someone. This is before I got on the stream. Someone mentioned a Dewey flashback.
Yeah.
You know what I think it should be?
What?
I think it should be Dewey mentoring Kirby while telling her about what it's going to be like going through like police and training and stuff.
That's what Destin was saying too.
Yeah. I know you. You said like, I think Marcus, you said Dewey saving Kirby from the ending of Scream 4, that's also a good one. But like, yeah, talking to Kirby about
Destin
joining
said
the
that.
police force.
Destin said that, and then he also said like basically Dewey molding her into like showing her about the FBI or being a cop and shit like that. That was Destin right there. I said that I don't believe. I mean, I don't know if we gotta understand that she came in from outside. We heard that basement door open. So I don't think Dewey found her outside if he did find her or whatever and stuff, but we'll see. But I'm down for a Dewey flashback. Give me something good. I want it to be something meaningful though, like to the story. You know what I mean? Or something like maybe something Dewey knew that we didn't know, about Dewey that has something to do with the new Ghostface Killers or whatever.
You know what? I don't believe Christina Carpenter will ever be involved, but this is something I just thought of that will give y'all some warm tinglies because I know y'all love Christina Carpenter. Here's what should be done if that's the way you want to go. You have Dewey right after Sam and Richie left his trailer.
Right.
Filmed a video a la Randy from Scream 3.
Right.
And he says something along these lines. Your Billy Loomis is your father. He's dead and gone.
Right.
You should be careful about your mother because she was willing to get in bed with a known serial killer at the time.
Right.
Or with a dangerous person like that. And that little nugget right there would immediately cast doubt on Christina Carpenter. Throw some shade her way because then Sam's going to be like, my mom really did get in bed with a very sick man.
Yeah.
And then go from there. So
I like that. I like it.
Yeah, I just want to point out a comment here. Jaron, I don't know if you're still in the chat, but that's actually not what that sign says. We said Stu's parents said on their note, sorry for missing your birthday. It's actually not what that sign says. Everyone thinks it is, but I just discovered like last week, it doesn't actually say sorry for missing your birthday. Did y'all know that?
No, it looked like birthday to be.
No.
I ain't gonna lie.
No, what it actually says, if you zoom in and like clear it up, it says sorry for missing you today. So, like, they didn't get a chance to see him before they left that day. It does not say sorry for missing your birthday or
Gotcha.
your B day.
Huh.
But the T and the O are kind of close together. So
Yeah.
it kind of looks like B day, but it actually says sorry for missing you today.
Today. Got you.
Because that was the only justification some people had for Stu, was like maybe he was neglected.
Did you
parents.
get the, so when you zoomed in, did you check a look at the number on top?
I didn't. What's up with the number on top?
I mean, I would assume that's the number they left for him to call them or whatever. But I mean, from what I could see or whatever, it does need cleared up though. But it looks like it was a 609 area code, which would tell me they were going to stay in Jersey for some whatever event, because that's a Jersey area code. Yes, but I like I said, that I mean, it looks like it says 609. But because of how, like, you know, it's in the background and it's a little blurry, it can easily say 689. But I do think it says 609 area code. And I looked it up. That's New Jersey. So, I mean, it could mean nothing, you know, especially for the new ones. But it's still an interesting tidbit because, you know, that at least gives us some clue that, you know, where they were out of state at.
Yeah. I always, I never assumed they were out of state. I assumed they were, like, going up to, like, wine country or something, like Sonoma, like somewhere close by. But I mean, that's all obviously assumption based on nothing other than they're rich, and it seems like rich people would there he is,
Right.
want to go to wine country. But also, I just want to hit on this Amber thing, or not Amber, Tara thing, because y'all were talking about Tara. I'm remembering all the stuff y'all were talking about that I wanted to point out. When Tara falls and she stabs Ethan, everyone's saying like she looked like she really enjoyed it and stuff. I don't think that's what's going on there, man. I think she's happy in that moment, but I don't think it's because she's killed someone. I think she's happy because in that moment she actually knows she can take care of herself.
That's a good point.
Before that, she never knew because Sam was always there. And that was one of the, obviously we know that was a big point, like plot point of the movie, was that Sam wouldn't like leave her alone. Sam was trying to like helicopter parent her. But I think she was just happy in that moment because she knew, I got this, I can take care of myself. But then if you notice, her face like immediately shifts once she realizes, oh, I just killed someone. And she like starts crying. I don't think. I think it's kind of the same thing that happened with the trailer. Remember in the trailer, she had that look while she was hanging over the banister, and everyone was
that look that kind of made her look suspicious.
And that's the thing. Everyone focused in on that and was like, "Oh, she's gonna be a ghost face now. Look how sus she looks." And me, I was like, "Y'all, I think she just kind of looks like she's accepting her fate." And that's exactly what happened. So I think it's a similar thing. I think there's a look there that people are interpreting one way, but I don't think it really means that.
Hey, you could be right. You know what I mean? I just find it really interesting. And I mean, I can see, you know, her like kind of, you know, feeling that way, like, yeah, I can take care of myself now, you know what I mean? Like she's proud of herself. But then I also say, like, okay, but you kind of should have known that in Scream 5 when you blew Amber's fucking brains off. Like, you know what I mean? Like, while you were crippled at that. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, but that's getting up close with a knife versus shooting someone.
Yeah,
with a gun.
I get that.
Yeah,
it is a little bit of a difference, but I'm just talking about in terms of confidence because, you know, even people, you know, especially if they've never used a gun before, they could be shaky, you know what I mean? Nervous to shoot somebody. You know what I mean? And stuff like that. She was fucking spot on. She ain't have no glitch. You know what I mean? No glitch at all. You know what I mean? I still prefer the Babadook. Like, you know what I mean? Like, so, I don't know, man. I think I personally don't want to see that happen. I don't want to see her be, you know, turned into a ghost face or anything like that. You know what I mean? But, man, I don't know how much we're gonna get of her in this next film, given that she's busy. If they don't, wait, if they don't want to wait, if they do try to release it next year, and somehow everybody else but her can really do it, like I just have a feeling if she's not going to be in it as much, they might try to go that direction and try to turn her, just maybe for shock value, or they might try to kill her. You know what I mean? Might kill her character off.
I think the whole thing is gonna be like she's the bloodline of Billy, and she's the ultimate killer. And
Sam?
yeah.
Oh no,
Like
we're talking about Tara.
Oh, okay. Like I'm just saying, like I don't know if I used to be on the whole Tara thing, but I've kind of like stepped back a little bit from it after
Right.
6.
Yeah, man. It didn't.
It just don't feel. I just don't feel like
It would
she
only
fit
the only
as
thing
a
that I think
ghost.
that the only way that I think that it would work at this point after 6 is if Tara's on the fence. And she's kind of like, she's got Sam, that's her loyal sister, but she also knows what Sam has done to tear their family apart. And she's got somebody that's close to her that is a ghost face that is telling her to look what your sister did. Look at
Pulling
this,
an
blah, blah,
Emperor
blah.
Palpatine. Do it.
Trying
Do
to
it.
persuade Tara to come that way.
Right.
And we really don't know which way Tara's going to go.
I don't know, man. I don't see Tara doing it after what she's been through and what, like, everything. I don't see Tara going that way in any situation. And as far as we know, as far as evidence we're given, Sam didn't do a thing to the family. That was Christina Carpenter. She's the one who lied to Tara's dad about him being Sam's father. Like, Sam just happened to be the one to read it and appropriately confront her mother. Like, she didn't know the father was listening. Like, that's as far as we know. And I know you have the theory that Sam killed Tara's father. And there may be evidence to support that, but as of right now, that's not confirmed. So we don't really know.
Oh, real quick. So hold on. What time is it now? So Destin, I want to say, let's say we go like another 10 minutes, guys, or whatever, because I know Destin's getting sleepy and stuff like that, and he's got to work in the morning.
Oh yeah, man.
Yeah. I mean, y'all can keep it going for as long as you want to, but I'm feeling
I
it
ain't
over
even gonna
here.
lie. I'm getting there my damn self too. I'm ready to go to sleep. I'm getting there. It's getting that time and stuff. I mean, I ain't gonna lie. You know what I mean? I was expecting to go maybe like 2.5 hours. We almost had 4 hours, guys. So hey, I'm all with it though. It was cool. Eric got to come in for about an hour and stuff like that and hang out with us.
Yeah, man, it's been great. It's been great. We got to do these more often.
Can I address one more thing y'all were talking about?
Yeah, I actually want to address one more thing as well. I want to basically ask you guys both a question, and then we're going to wrap things up.
All right. Last thing. For those of y'all who think Ethan could have survived, that TV didn't mean a damn thing. This is a 2-scale Buck 120, which is what Ethan got stabbed with, through the mouth. Now, if we look here, you see where that goes?
Yeah.
His brainstem would have been detached.
Yeah, but this is a movie. Chad didn't die.
Yeah, but Chad didn't have his spine severed with a 6.5-inch blade.
Well, okay. Well, Ethan was still moving like a damn gazelle after that.
Oh yeah, that's cool. Not in real life. If you're coming at me with like, oh, that TV killed, or if it killed Ethan, it'll have to kill Stu. Well, that apparently association does not work in the Scream universe, because Sarah Darling was killed with 1 stab to the back.
So was Adam Brody.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, and she was stabbed twice, once in the back and once in the stomach, but I still say Jennifer Jolie's stabbings was one of the weakest I've ever seen. So
yeah, or Dewey killed her with a shot through the mirror.
I always thought Dewey accidentally shot her. That's
what
I've
how I
always had
bought
that
it.
opinion. Like he accidentally shot her, but well, I brought that up on Craven's channel. And he said he shot above, and I'm like,
Yeah.
maybe, but
And I think you can go either way with that. You know what I mean? Because it does look like he shot above, but you know how this works. It's the movies. Maybe maybe the way it looks once she comes through the glass, it looks like he shot her. You know what I mean? And stuff like he does aim towards the top, but you can go either way with it.
yeah,
But I'm saying in terms of if he didn't shoot her, like her stab wounds was pretty weak too. You know what I mean? So, but man, I don't know, man. Listen, the reason why I'm not going to rule out Ethan, especially if it's Radio Silence and the same writers, you know what I mean? And this is the only reason why I'm not going to rule out Ethan, is because we have already seen it now that if they want to, they will keep a character alive that survives an outrageous, unexplainable, somewhat ridiculous amount of punishment when they really should be dead.
they did. Radio Silence did address Ethan's scene directly, though.
What do you mean? Like they said something about it?
Yeah, because someone asked them. They were asking the Stu question because they were asking, does that mean that the TV had to kill? And they said, I forget the exact quote, but they said yes, that was written to be a definitive death for Ethan. But they said, and that's where they didn't go on to say, but it was written more so that Kirby could make I saw that in a horror movie joke. I saw that in a horror movie once. It was written more for that than it was about Stu. But they said they wrote that to be a definitive death. Like they said that, I don't know if that's the exact phrasing.
Yeah, but you want to know my issue with those guys? I don't know if they know what a definitive death is.
Oh, yeah. 100%.
Man, I'm just, and I'm not trying to knock on them, you know what I mean? Because I actually like them, you know what I mean? I like their style a little bit. I do think they need to clean some stuff up, you know what I mean? But I like them. But that shit needs to fucking stop. You know what I mean? Like, stop having these outrageous ass attacks, but nobody's getting really killed off from it. You know what I mean? Like, you got to start having some bodies drop, like meaningful bodies, not just store clerks and bystanders and stuff like that. No, we got to have some meaningful deaths. You know what I mean? Shit that's going to make us hurt a little bit. That's what Scream 2, what Randy did so good. I mean, I still hate it to this day, but Wes took that chance and he killed a beloved character. You know what I mean? You got to I get it. They did it with Dewey in Scream 5, but to not follow up with that in Scream 6, you got to get back to that for me or whatever. But I'm going to ask you guys this real quick because I know we're about to head out. So what do you guys think, like, in terms of basically, all right, I'll ask this. What do you think the finale for Scream 7 will be in terms of how many killers will be revealed? Will it be a cult or will it just be 2 or maybe 3 killers again?
I think we're going to go back to 2.
Okay. I wouldn't be surprised.
We're going to go back to 2 reveals and then Stu afterwards.
So 3 total.
3 total, but
yeah, but the first initial 2, I guess, will be the main antagonist, and then Stu's going to come in as the mastermind.
Right.
Okay. What about you, Eric? What are you seeing?
I think we'll have. Man, it's hard to say. Honestly, I don't think it'll be 2. I think it'll be 1 or it'll be many. like one or cult. I don't think they're going to go the two route again because so far we've gotten what 4 movies?
Or two.
Yeah, 4 out of the 6 movies with 2 killers. So I think they probably going to go that we know of. Could be 5 out of 6 if they do reveal that Angelina was assisting Roman. But as of right now, 4 out of the 6 have been a 2 killer. I think that's a pretty established trope at this point. So I think they're gonna try to avoid that. So I'm gonna say either one or a cult.
Yeah, I'm not gonna lie. I'm thinking more cult too. I wouldn't be surprised if they did go back to 2, just to, I guess kind of stick with the tradition, and because in 3 it was shot with 2 killers, but we only got 1 reveal. But I feel like it's time. It's time to push this whole cult thing. You teased it. You teased it in 6 enough. You know what I mean? Now it's time to have an entire cult of ghost faces actually working together in conjunction with Stu Macher, and it just be a big thing. But I hope they write it correctly and it's not sloppy. And that's I think that's all we can hope for. But yeah, I'm going with the cult. You know what I mean? I am hoping that's where we're going, and I think that is where we're going.
Bro, do you remember after the trailer for 6 came out and we saw the shrine? Myself included, we're like, we're getting the cult. We're finally getting it. Look at it. They're going to give us the cult. And then,
I mean, like I said, they came close. It wasn't like they tried to make them work together, but in so many ways, they even implied it that Jason and Greg could have at least been involved with Richie and whatever. But I just feel like the fact that we not only just got more than 2 killers, but we actually really did get 4 total in the movie. I think they're leaning towards it, man. I just do, but I could be wrong. That could have just been a one-time thing, to get a little bit different and stuff like that, and then we just kind of don't, go back to that. We don't get no cult.
See, that's what I don't want. I don't want them to be like, oh, yeah, you got your cult. We gave you 4 ghost faces.
Yeah.
I don't want that to happen. I want them to be like, okay, cool. That wasn't the cult. This is the cult. And
right.
We actually get something substantial because, like, there's so many places you can go with a cult of Ghostface. And I would rather have, in my opinion, and this is something that, some people might disagree with, I would rather go forward with a cult of Ghostface and not look back at the old characters, because I think we gotta move forward a little bit. Most theories and everything that we hear about Scream or that we develop about Scream are about old characters, and that's fine. I'm really into that, but I also like, what if we just had a cult and introduced so many new things that we didn't even miss the old stuff?
I mean, it's not a bad idea. I just hope it would make sense to the story.
Oh, yeah. Like, I mean, if we stick with the stab stuff, which so far every sequel has had to do with the stab movies in some way.
Right.
Literally every sequel. So if we stick with that, we got the entire stab toxic fandom. We got that entire Scream subreddit.
Yeah.
And there's so many things there, man.
Absolutely.
That's all I got to say.
Especially with that stab subreddit, man. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out for Scream 7. And hopefully we get an announcement soon. We'll see what happens. It's going to be interesting for sure. And Jamie, I know you left a few minutes ago, but if you are still creeping around, you have a good night and you get some sleep. We're about to head out here as well and get our beauty rest. So I definitely feel you on that one, Jamie.
Mm-hmm. Same here.
But,
I'm going to go get some sleep.
But yeah, this was definitely a lot of fun. Destin, we was on for like 2.5, 3 hours, and then Eric came in. It was definitely cool, man. Like, you guys know how this goes sometimes. One minute we'll plan for 2.5 hours, and then we're on for 4 or 5 fucking hours. You know what I mean? But it's always a great conversation, and it's always a great time. But I know Destin's ready to get to bed. I'm trying to respect his time. I know he got to get up in the morning, and I am getting tired myself. Want to recalibrate so I can get some content done for tomorrow. But gentlemen, this was definitely fun. Obviously, you know, I'm going to meet you guys backstage. Everybody else in the chat, we still have 9 people here. We was up to almost like 20 earlier. Guys, you guys are amazing hanging out here for the entire time. I greatly appreciate you guys. And just be on the lookout for some community posts for more content and stuff like that, because I'm definitely going to be pushing it out. And I can't wait because I have some, like I said, I got members only shit. I got the streams and all that stuff like basically set up. I just got to publish them or whatever. I'm going to be doing like maybe 4 or 5 members only like watch parties this week. So I'm trying to get caught up with all that stuff as well and stuff. But this was definitely a lot of fun. Everybody have a great night. Gentlemen, I will see you guys back here in a second. Adios, everybody.
Later, everyone.
You are now watching I Shot Him 6 Times YouTube horror movie channel.
I shot him 6 times.